I am actually so my carried bulk is 4, and then it has a semicolon. I don't think that's legit. 2L,
Too
and then
light.
it's a slash encumbered
4.
colon 4.
Okay, yeah, so you are carrying 4 bulk, which I believe does actually make you encumbered. So you might want to buy a backpack and put stuff in it.
I have a backpack.
You have. Okay, so just drag your heavy stuff down into that. And if you've already done that and you're still encumbered, let me make sure. If
Can I put my darts in my backpack?
Yeah, you would have to pull them out before you could ever use them. So, like, you can't use your blowgun anymore.
Where are these darts at then?
Right now they're in your backpack. Otherwise, they would be in. If they're not in your backpack, it's assumed that you have like either a little pouch for them, or they're worn on your belt, or something like that.
I'm assuming it's a lot longer to get shit on my backpack.
Yeah, it's. I think it's 2 actions. It's like an action to take the backpack off of your back, and then another action to pull the item out. It's a huge pain in the dick. Things that are in your backpack are assumed to not be combat things. It's for outside of combat. The upside is
literally all I have on me is my weapons and my leather armor.
So you do have both a whip and a staff. I don't know if you need.
Yeah.
Of those.
I probably don't.
But yeah, that is kind of the downside of making a character with 8 strength.
Nobody got time for anything else.
For the record, I feel you. This is my actual fetish, is making low strength characters and then filling them with inventory. That is like what I've done with every character I've ever played and every tabletop I've ever played. Also, hello! We're live. Welcome to Wildfolk. Specifically, welcome to Wild Dawn, which is a silly little mini campaign we're doing to playtest Pathfinder and see if we like it or if we hate it before we decide whether to use it for the real system, or for the real campaign. We're going to be making mistakes as always. We're probably going to make more mistakes than usual this session because I've brought in 3 players who were level 1 the last time we played and are now level 5. So bear with us, this one's going to be funky. We'll have fun with it. As a recap, when we left off last time, we followed a group of adventurers to Neuroprocus, which is a little hamlet that had recently been sacked by the Emmerich army as they set up their siege line. The reason you went there is because you believed there was a secret cult hideout, and you found out that you were correct. There was a secret hideout hidden below Cardinal Spirits, a winery/distillery. And in that hideout, you found a number of things. The most important was a mysterious magical ark that seemed very magical and important. And it was accompanied by a holy text, which seemed to describe the last few steps needed to perform the ritual to raise Ra, which is a big god of monsters that could potentially protect land and end this war that for many of you has destroyed your homes and caused a tremendous amount of strife. You also found notes where the cultists were discussing, well, how do we actually get this over to Mount Avalon, which is where it needs to be for the ritual. That is a bit of a problem because there's a siege happening at Rosenrock to the east, the Azantic navies to the north and to the south. There's just not a lot of good ways to get it over there. They had been in contact with somebody named Shanty Sandy, who had... you don't really have all the details, but there were at least talks that Shanty Sandy might be able to help smuggle this ark past the siege line. The party kind of regrouped, came back to you guys, told you all of this, and then you traveled a little bit over to the coast here to restock, drop off gold, split up your supplies, meet up with Sun's captain, and get ready for the next adventure, presumably to go talk to Shanty Sandy. We will do a little bit of in-character recap, but I do want to make sure I show you some of the most pertinent things real quick for the folks that weren't there to see it firsthand. I still haven't found a good way to do this. I will find this before the real campaign starts, I swear. In Party Loot, the Songbird's Hymnal, down in the treasure category, at the very end of that is a list of the steps that are needed to complete this this ritual. This is presumably your campaign plan.
Where's the treasure?
Where's Party Loot?
Let's see. Under Actors, up on the top right, Loot. Party Loot.
Oh, cute.
Yeah, that's your party loot. You guys can put and take stuff from there as much as you want. There's some consumables in there, which are pretty cool. One of the things they brought back were all these Eye of the Grapevines, which are a cool way to, like, you attach it to your weapon, and then when you hit somebody with that weapon, you can learn about the creature. So feel free to grab one of those if you want. Those are a cool way to learn about creatures quickly, without wasting actions.
Just drag them into our shit?
Yep, just drag it onto your sheet.
Okay.
The Dreamtime Tea is a cool way to do a little basic divination. But the important thing there is that Songbird's Hymnal If you expand that and scroll all the way down, there's a checklist for like your mission. This is your campaign. This is the goal for your mini cult, is to go carry this vessel all the way to Mount Avalon and turn it into a little baby god that can help you end the war. And the first step to that is getting past this siege line, which means probably talking to Shanty Sandy. You'll see that there is just above the hymnal a map to Shanty Sandy's. It's a little hand-drawn map. If you click on the image, it should pop out so you can see it in full size. But it's just a little roadmap showing how to get there. She's kind of on the coast, down where that X is marked. And although the map that I've drawn there is very simple, it presumably contains everything that a skilled navigator would need to know, like, travel half a day this way and look for this landmark. I don't know what... I don't know if this is a surprise to you. I'm not actually a Renaissance-era peasant who travels by foot for weeks at a time. I don't know what goes on a map.
Where's the X on here? Because I don't see any X's. I see S's and T's and an angry face.
Oh yeah, so the S's, it's the S's on the hand-drawn map. Out here on the it's this black egg.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's a plan as you guys are heading that way. However, some time has passed as you guys rested. They came back pretty injured. They found some weird undead that fucked them up real good, especially Shred was suffering pretty severely from that fight.
God, that was terrible.
So let's see. Let's go ahead and advance the calendar a bit. Let's just jump it to, like... We'll jump it to third day. It is the month of Grimm. Fall is setting. This is kind of a tropical, swampy environment. There are not a lot of trees. Actually, Jaeger's going to yell at me because he knows more about trees than I do. I don't know. What happens to swamps in the fall? They don't lose their leaves, do they?
Depends on if it's there's cold swamps, hot swamps.
Ooh, this is definitely a very hot swamp. This is a very, very warm swamp.
Then it depends on rain, if it's a dry season or wet season.
Ooh, great question. Boy, I even have this world built, but I forgot. I believe we're in the... Yeah, okay, so we are... here's a dumb world-building fact that nobody needs to know, but I know it, so I'm going to force it on all of you guys.
I want to know it.
So you guys are on a planet that surrounds two suns. The two suns spin around each other a little slower than your planet does, which means that sometimes you're exposed to both of the suns, and sometimes you're not. And that means that every 6 years you have an abnormally hot season, and every 6 years you have an abnormally cold season. And you guys are coming up on the hot season, which means that it has been a very dry, very arid kind of climate for the past, for most of the summer. You guys are probably glad to see fall settling in, except for Pip, who doesn't understand the concept of the past.
I really like when there's one sun because it gives me energy, so I think that probably if there were two suns, I would get even more.
Yeah. It is actually worth mentioning, most of you are aware that there are two suns. Pip has only ever seen one sun. Maybe if he looks very closely at sunset, he could see just the tip starting to poke out at sunset. But during the summer, the smaller sun is hidden behind the bigger one, which means Pip has only really ever seen the one sun for the most part. And there's kind of a big event. There's a big holiday when in the fall, and I forget what the exact day is, the second sun finally breaches out from the side, and people are like, "Yay, the second sun still exists. It didn't disappear."
You don't know the lore. You don't have all the lore of your world memorized?
I can barely remember my own name some days. I certainly don't remember what day of the month of Grimm the sun reappearance solstice festival is. No, I would have to go look. So forgive me. It's probably a couple weeks off still. Anyway, where were we before we got on a lore tangent? Oh yeah, you guys are resting. So you guys have had plenty of time to heal your injuries, recover your spell slots. Shred, your drained condition is thankfully gone.
Good.
And the big one, after about a week of work, Bobble, of slowly... Actually, you tell me what the process looks like. What does it look like for you to get grits back?
Oh, fantastic. Okay. After about a week of lying down in pain and overall trying to commune with Baba Yaga for a replacement to the default, the faulty heart that he was given last time, a lot of probably ominous humming coming from her tent in general, like weird cult shit happening around it. Eventually, you start hearing her do some odd chanting that in a language that definitely none of you have heard before. And then, what sounds like retching, as if you were to look out from the outside of it, she does the frog. You see her silhouette do the frog thing of the like chin area expanding and expanding and expanding way past than what you've seen it before, and then out from her mouth barfs grits, another grits, which lands with which comes out of her with a backflip and a 3-point and a 10-point pose at the Olympics. If any of you were watching her 10 at the time, but yeah.
Somewhere off to the side, a small group of crickets holds up placards numbered 8 through 10.
And that's how we get grit, and that's how I get grits back. You'll notice that Bobbles probably still hasn't recovered. Her skin started was graying more and more throughout the week. It isn't better now. And things like her limbs hang a little loosely, and she's still like relying on the cane to kneel a bit more than she was when you first met her and all that. But yeah.
Pip watches all of this from around a corner, and then like runs over to Mom, and is like, Mom.
Yes, dear.
She made a new baby. Do you remember the other day when she threw her baby in a shark? She made a new one.
She turns her kind of insect-like face to look at Grits and Bobble as they reunite. Boy, actually, what are her skills? Does she have the ability to do skill checks as an Eidolon? Surely she must.
Fuck if I know.
Sure, she's got a page full of them. Let's do it. Occultism. Perfect.
Mom, if you ever need to, you can throw me into a shark and then just make a new me afterwards.
So, this is a difficult concept to explain. I wasn't planning on teaching you about reproduction for quite some time. We work a little differently. Or, to be more specific, Bobble works a little differently than we do. What Bobble just did is, and you can, again, everybody else just sees kind of like the emotionless face of a bug, but you can read on your mother's face, not quite disgust, but like a little gross out. Like, she doesn't know what just happened over there, and she's clearly like, that's a little unnatural, and I don't know how to feel about it.
Oh, okay, Mom. I just thought it was cool, and I thought maybe that if you ever needed to make another one of me, you could do that probably, because that frog lady did.
It is very cool, and if anything were to happen to you, my sweet dear, I would try as hard as I could to make you again. But it has been quite difficult to make you the first time, so let's not be doing anything too dangerous now. And she reaches out this one long, like, hairy cricket forearm and kind of like brushes the side of your cheek. You're very sweet and very fragile.
His little leaf perks up as she is sitting in the campfire, just like basking in the fire.
For sure,
it's like, sure. Okay, Mom, I'm gonna go talk to my new friend over here.
Yes, go have fun, make friends. Speaking of new friends, by the way, there's so many new friends for you. There's Stinky, who I believe you've met once or twice, but Stinky's out and about.
No, this is Pip's first time meeting Stinky.
Oh, sick. Then, yeah, Coden, tell us about Stinky.
He just walks. Yeah, tell me about Stinky.
Wait. I'm almost back. So
also tell us about you. I have no idea who you are.
Okay, we'll do Coden and Stinky once he gets inside.
Just a little tidbit. As Bobble's barfing up something horrendous, Coden's doing like he's barfing up something in the bushes after saying that with the completely normal consistency and not beating her.
Just barfing.
Pip runs over to see if a new little plant buddy's been born.
Alright, while Jaeger's running inside, I'll tell you about another one. Crackers is also not here, but Crackers might have a new friend as well. When Crackers arrived from this trip, he had a little ball jar that contained a grape that seemed to be rolling around on its own, and every now and then he would set it down on the ground, and it would kind of just like run circles around him, and I assume that he's been like trying to get it to do tricks, or at least just getting it kind of acclimated to the party. And right now, this little grape is sitting on a stump, just kind of rolling around, and seems to be a living plant, just like you. Yes, dear.
Mom, Crackers had the baby that you said he was gonna have. It's over here. It's a grape.
That is something. It is not the baby Crackers is not going to have a... You know, actually, yes, he sure did, didn't he? Is it pretty? What is its name?
It's only about the size of one of my eyes.
Well,
I don't know what's its name. He looks up at Crackers.
Oh boy, this isn't a decision I can do for him.
Sorry. I guess he actually just asked the grape.
Yeah.
What's your name?
Do you speak to... Of course you speak
Oh,
to
you know what?
plants,
I actually
right?
no. I know. I just took a feed about this.
Oh my lord, you do actually speak to plants.
I just took this feed.
Oh, this is wild. This is actually... Okay, cool. We're doing this right now, then.
It can only be plants that are like similar type as the type of leshy I am, but I'm a fruit leshy.
Oh, you're close enough. Yeah, you're definitely close enough. Well, let me crack these notes open.
I'm trying to post it, but it doesn't want to go.
You think just post it?
Everything has worked.
Okay, yeah, show me your thing. I assume you just talked to him. I assume that's it. Okay, here we go. You can ask questions, receive answers, diplomacy with plants among it. Yeah, that match your leshy here. Sure, why not? You're close. Yeah, you're a fruit leshy. Yeah. You come over to this grape that's kind of rolling around. Probably as you've been watching, Crackers has been interacting with it, but not in a way that lets him, like, really speak out loud with it. It just seems to be a semi-animated grape that rolls around on its own. And you come over to it, and ask what its name is, and it will actually respond to you. In life. Oh, what's wrong with my voice? Why is it so small now? My name was Jay. What's your name?
Hi, Jay. I'm a Pippernum, but you can call me Pip.
A pippernum, like the plant.
I was a plant until like 3 weeks ago. It was like 3 weeks and 5 days, I think, and then my mom made me into a little person.
That's wild, a pippernum. I have almost the opposite story. I was a person until about 2 weeks ago, and now I'm a grape, I think.
You are definitely a grape. I can see that you are a grape.
I only remember bits. I don't know if I was all of the person. Part of me thinks maybe I was just the fingertip of a person or something like that. But I remember some of those memories, and now I'm a grape, and all that I really remember is how sloshy I am in my belly as I roll around, and how hard it is to go anywhere without legs.
How did you go from a person to a grape?
I don't remember. It's kind of fuzzy. I was tall. I was smooth. Not like most of you. I had hands with 5 fingers, and I worked with grapes. And then something happened, and I don't remember.
Well, we could probably make you some new fingers and stuff if you want some.
Maybe. That would be nice. I do miss having fingers.
Because I was just a plant once and I didn't know how to talk or do anything, and I just sat in the ground all the time and didn't really even know that I existed. And then one day Mom made me a person. So if you can be a person one day and then be a grape, then maybe if you can be a grape one day, then you can be a person too.
Everyone, boy, nobody else speaks your language, or plant language for that matter, and nobody speaks Mom's language. So, just for the audience on this one, Pip doesn't see it, but behind Pip's shoulder, your mom overhears this conversation and has to decide how she feels about you promising that this thing might be given life on her behalf at some point. Shakes her head just a tiny bit.
I assume that when and this is maybe an important decision for you, I guess, as the DM, but I assume that when I'm talking to this grape, that there's nothing verbal happening. It's just like plant
Yeah.
speech.
Presumably, it's kind of just plant speech.
Okay, so Pip walks over to this grape and is perfectly silent with it for like a minute and a half, and then looks up at Crackers. It's like, his name's Jay, he used to be a person, and then just walks away.
Excellent. I will pass that along to him.
I like to imagine they're both just doing the SpongeBob photosynthesis slowly to each other.
Yeah.
Accurate.
Love it.
Okay.
They probably do some like Avatar shit and like wrap their roots together or something.
When Pip is done playing with his grape, I will go over to him. Still like lurching forward with the cane, weekly walking, but Grits is a lot more energetic, probably doing cartwheels around me and all that. And then once I am there, I will yeah, look down at him and say, "Yeah, yeah, you're good at like bringing people back from the brink of death and all that, right, kid? Right, little one?"
One of the gifts that my mom gave me, she gave me life and sentience and also magic.
Yeah. She's not listening right now, is she? No, not is everyone else. Listen, I got something. I need you to be my little soldier, and I need to trust you with something. All right.
Give me a persuasion check or diplomacy.
What a
Diplomacy.
wild take this has been.
Fuck. How do I play this game?
So on your
Like,
character
okay.
sheet,
Yeah. Okay, I remember.
yeah,
Sorry.
you got it. Proficiency is the little hand tab.
The hand. Yeah. Diplomacy. What the fuck? Oh, there it is. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
My mom says that it's important that we all work together, and I'm happy to help. And I'll be honest with you, because I don't know how to be anything else. Which is that a couple of days ago you threw your baby into a shark, so I don't know. My mom just said that it's really difficult for her to bring me back if I get thrown in a shark. So if you need to throw me in a shark or anything, I don't think I can do that.
No. And look, he's back now, which proves how good of a parent I am. Dedefinitely better than your mom.
That's what I told my mom. I told her that you brought her back, but she said it's not as easy for me, I guess.
Yeah. And it's actually not not as easy for me. But you see, Grits here. He's actually a part of me, and one of Bobble's eyes droops towards Grits, and the other is still looking at you. You're not gonna, and I'm assuming you're a completely separate entity from your mama, right?
Oh boy. Or you go ahead.
I don't really even know, I don't think.
Well, yeah. Questions about existence might be a bit too past your scope right now, but I can teach you later. Your mama ain't teaching you a lot right now. I can tell, but I just you're the one who brought a lot of us back from the brink of death the first time we fought, and I just wanted to let you know that ain't gonna work on me. I'm a bit special.
Really?
Yeah, and then she pulls out a vial of something with like a syringe and liquid inside it and all that, and is like, and then looks at you like, one of the things you learn when you take care of families as large as I is that all of us need something or another to keep us going. And I have this. It's very special, and I don't recommend you try it until you're about a bit older and, want to explore and stuff. Your mom may say no. I'll say yes if you ever want to ask me for permission as a respectable adult. But unlike the rest of these bozos. But
Bobble is every parent's worst nightmare.
But I just want to let you know, if I go down, use this. Don't use your berries or your health drinks or your magical things or whatever. And yeah. And she hands you one of them.
All right, he'll take this little bottle and look at it. And...
I don't know how to transfer shit between.
There might be a way to I think if you right click, there's an option to literally send it to another player. I don't know if that's true. Let's find out if that's true. And while we're testing that, the vial that Bobble hands over is kind of this gloopy, kind of oil-like viscous substance. It kind of looks like tar, but a little bit runnier.
Is it
I
black
have,
tar? Is it black tar heroin?
If you see it, you could give me perception to just look at it and investigate it. If you have any skills in like alchemy or nature, you could give me.
I have herbalist dedication, feat, and alchemical crafting.
Yeah, I'm into it. Alchemical crafting applies here. Notably, your alchemical crafting is specifically for like herbal stuff, but it helps you for sure. I would let you give me crafting, nature, or just a perception check.
Nature, I'm very, very good at, so I'll do that.
Cool.
So wait, right click it.
I hope it is black tar heroin.
Hey, nice. Yeah, let's figure out how to do this transfer. Okay, right-clicking, isn't it? I guess for now, just throw it in party loot, and he'll drag it out of party loot.
Yeah, that works.
I'm sure there's some way to give it directly to somebody else, but we'll figure it out later.
Or if you just like want to tell me what it is, and I'll. Unless you want it to be secret.
Well,
I fully understand it wanting to be secret.
it is not about to be secret for long, because that is a very good nat 20, and it is relevant here.
I meant secret from everybody else.
I
I'm obviously going to know what it is when he hands it to me.
I see.
I'm trying to put it in party loop, by the way, and the tab disappears every time I click on it. So.
Wild.
Oh wait, no, wait, fuck. Hold on, I solved it. Wait, this is revolutionary. Okay. I put it in consumables.
Okay.
Okay. And then just grab.
Oh, I see it. Yep.
Yep.
So how do I just drag it to my shit?
Yeah.
Yep. As you are studying this, it looks very familiar to you. One of the first times, Pip, that your mother woke you up was in a very hot, dry place. It was extremely uncomfortable, especially because it was one of the first times that you had been woken up. So in addition to being thrust into the pain that is existence, you were also birthed basically into a desert the first time you were born. There was, however, a little glimpse of brightness in that first summoning, what you remember of it anyway. After an hour or two of basically infantile crying and trying to figure out what seeing and walking were, you were introduced to a friend, a little cactus leshy, not too much unlike yourself. And the cactus leshy had another friend that he introduced you to, which was a little skeleton boy, not much taller than you were, who had also recently woken up in the desert and was looking to make friends. And the three of you played games and talked to each other and began to discuss what it was like to recently wake up in the middle of a desert being alive for the first time. And as you went on the little adventure, you stumbled across a patch of dark black flowers that had purple at their centers that your mom explained were very valuable because they could help fix the bones of people who had already died, like your friend. And she said that if the skeleton friend was to take those purple flowers to a nearby city, it could be turned into an oil that he could drink to make him feel better if he's ever hurt. She went on to explain that walking into the nearest city as a skeleton boy is probably not a good idea. But what you remember from that is that those flowers emit kind of this oily, tarry sap that helps heal people who are skeletons. And it looks just like this. This is that sap.
Excellent. Pip takes it, examines it, recognizes it, and sort of he'll keep that out of his backpack so it's not a nightmare to get to. He'll sort of like clip it onto a little belt or something. And then he climbs up onto Bobble's shoulder and leans really close to her face and says, "Are you a skeleton boy?"
Frogs don't have bones, do they?
Frogs have bones.
They do.
Definitely, yes.
They're vertebrates. You're thinking of sharks.
Okay.
It's okay if you are. I was friends with a skeleton boy. You just don't look like him.
Listen, I share things in common with skeleton boys, but I ain't no skeleton boy. I ain't
Okay.
no boy, and I'm as young as a tiny skeleton. I'm just a little special right now, right? I've been around for a while, and I need this. I need it. Okay. If I go down, this is the only thing
It
that
is
I
black
that I
tar
can
heroin.
use. the pharmacists call this shit crocodile, but it's not exactly. But that's just a newfangled science term used by those who think that they know better than everyone else just because they put it under a microscope. Like,
Don't worry, Aunt Bobble. If you get hurt, I'll pour some of this skeleton boy juice on you, and you'll be just fine.
Thank you. I've always need. Thank you for the skeleton boy. You'll be the designated skeleton boy juice holder from now on. All right.
Okay.
Gargle, what's up? You got your hand raised.
Yeah. Does my life sense pick up anything on Bobble? Since he's around me?
My
She's around-
god, you're a Kuatoa. Yeah, so as all of this is happening, Gargle, you're probably having breakfast, going about your business.
Also, for the record, everyone, Gargle started off as 2 foot tall, and now he's 4 foot tall.
Yeah, so it's probably, I mean, it wouldn't even be subtle for the people that were with you for the whole time, but especially for the people who, like, left you alone for a couple days, went and did a dungeon and came back. Gargle's like a foot taller than the last time you saw him. It's very sudden. But also, yeah, it is very in your face. Thankfully, that only shows up for me and you. It doesn't show on stream, because it's wild big, yeah. Gargle, as you are having breakfast, you suddenly hear Bobble start retching, and then Coden start retching in the other direction. Everybody gets sick. And when that ordeal is over, and when Bobble starts to walk over, she looks healthier than she has been for the past 3 days, less healthy than when you first met her. And you do pick up that there is an aura coming from her that was not coming from her when you first met her. She rings up on your life sense. You can feel her spirit within her.
Mm-hmm. Do I get what it is? I mean, I can guess. I'm not.
Great question. Let's find out. Let's check your sheet together.
So pretty much, for those of you who don't know, as a Kuatoa, I have life sense for 10 foot around me, and I can see. It works on undead, demons, celestials, and fiends.
Right. It only works on those specific things. You're not able to tell which it is, no, but you're able to tell that there is kind of just a faint aura from Bobble that you read from
new.
It is new. It is just now new. Or at least just today new. It's a short enough range that you're not sure the precise moment it happened. But when Bobble walks over here to talk with Pip, you feel her spirit. You feel the spirit within Bobble for the first time.
Oh, I think we just lost him as you were talking. Or no, we lost somebody else.
I'm here. We lost Bobble.
Yeah, I think Giga's switching his computer.
Cool.
Hey, Bobble, are you doing okay?
Are you? I think you were like half the height you were now last time I talked to you.
I told you guys I'm still growing.
I know, but it never really happens this quick.
Well, yeah, because I'm not.
Christ, if I could make my kids grow this fast and get them out of the house sooner, I would have done that a long time ago.
Well, that's because this is the body of the cursed god.
The what?
Oh, I forget you guys don't speak my language. That's what my name means.
You mean the like that noise?
I don't have water with me right now, so I can't do it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it ain't polite to go to pry into an old lady's business, ain't it?
Was I?
Well, yeah. Come here asking me that. What did you ask?
I was just asking. I said, "Are you okay?"
Never better. Now the grits is back. All right. Listen, just having a bit of empty nest syndrome after I got rid of all my kids. All right.
Also, his Pope hat still has the same size, so it is not growing with him. He has a tiny little Pope hat now.
Listen. And why don't you tell me about this cursed god business that you're talking about, right?
Oh, you know how Kuatoa are just like, wow, look at that. That'd be really great if that thing became a god right there.
Is this common knowledge?
Give me a history check or a society check.
Okay.
Religion would also work here. The DC will be higher.
Okay.
And for our viewers, we're switching to PF2 as our system. I've brought over a lot of 5e races that we like. I will never play a game ever again that does not have Kuatoa in them, because Kuatoa are man's greatest invention. 24 and 25 are both appropriate. Excellent. Yeah, Mom would definitely... This is very up Mom's alley, too. Kuatoa are bizarre creatures. Neither of you know the full history of them over the past several thousands of years, but you're both aware that they have a heightened affinity for spirits and sympathy. Specifically, they're very good at sympathetic manipulation and ascending God. They're very good at kind of gathering the spirits of both daemons and dead people and manipulating that energy into ascension rituals. The specific name that he has just used, Bobble, you don't recognize. It's probably just something that his little cult came up with. And yeah, I'm not sure where that's coming from. That is strange. But I'm hearing it too. But yeah, that's kind of what you get for now.
Well, if so you're a little godling, right?
Well,
You're...
kinda. It's a we're not supposed to make ourselves gods, though. It's like, it's bad, I guess. We just don't do it. But sometimes, in times of great need, one of us will be risen to a god, so we can save our people. But we're cursed, so it's like bad.
Do you want to practice?
Practice being cursed?
Well, no, making something into something bigger, because this is Jay, and he wants to be a person.
Oh, I'm not allowed to worship things anymore. It would give away my sympathy. Wait, he's a person?
You can't make Jay into a... He's a grape, but he was a person.
I can try. Is it...
He was a person before, and he worked with grapes, and I think that's why he's a grape, but he doesn't really know if that's why he's a grape. Excuse me, I'm going to go talk to this plant over here.
Sorry, I had to put my salad aside. Just watching Pip's little cute icon walk up while eating a salad. It's giving me some weird feelings.
I'm also eating a salad.
The salad bar walks up.
I'm actually going to fill my drink really quick.
In front of my salad? Oh.
Well,
man.
Lucian Yeager finished our conversation. I'm going to fill my drink.
Yeah. He's so cute.
Who's this giant bear?
Me?
Yeah, I'm sorry. What's your name?
Coden.
Could you please describe him for me? I have no idea who you are.
He's a bear. He's made a bear. Oh. Unlike the other bear over there.
Oh, that bear also doesn't have a neck that works properly.
Yeah, that's the nightmare bear on a chair. It's the worst.
Nightmare bear on the chair.
Don't listen to him. He ain't one of my husbands. I've got an eye on you.
Okay, well, Coden is a big bear. He's like 7'2". He's chilling on this little stump here, messing with Stinky. Stinky's a little gecko, but he's made of like mushrooms. He looks like a normal gecko, but he's like blue, and he's got these glowy little mushrooms on his back. And he kind of walks around on 2 feet sometimes when he wants to hand something over. He's just a cool little dude. He's confused by your presence though, because you're like a fish thing. You got a hat, and it looks cool. But what the heck? Hello?
Interesting. How tall are you?
7'2".
Jesus. You got all of 5 feet on. If Gargle put Pip on his head, it would still not be as tall as Coden.
Yeah, but he's polite about it when he's sitting on the stump. Like he'll slouch down a little bit more and like talk to you guys.
I really appreciate that this particular party composition is a full house of like extremely tall 7-foot plus people, and then 3 actual infants.
I think Coden is the first person that Pip has been around yet, with the exception of Mom and Shred also, because I haven't really talked to yet, but like who has full grown-up energy to like Coden or Pip runs past Coden without acknowledging Coden's existence because Coden is so tall that he exists in a different stratosphere than Pip does.
He's like a tree. He just,
Right.
you know.
The way that a child will run like straight past an adult without noticing that they exist because they just see like knees. It's funny.
Shred and Pip probably meet when Shred almost steps on Pip, if I had to guess.
That is probably accurate. But he runs over to Stinky.
Oh,
Hey,
Stinky.
what's your name?
Describe Stinky to me again. I'm sorry, I wasn't here when he
He's
was
mushrooms.
He looks like a normal gecko. He's pretty sleek looking. He's light blue with glowy blue mushrooms on his back, and he walks around on 2 legs a lot of times when he's like interacting with Coden or anybody else. He kind of picks things up with his little stupid gecko hands and everything.
I love him so
And
much.
he looks over to you, and his eyes go a little bit wider. Cocks his head to the side, makes those little gecko noise. Like, "Meh."
All
And
right.
he seemed really curious.
He looks up at or Pip looks up at Coden. It's like,
Is that your mom?
I wouldn't call it mother, but you two are quite alike, I guess.
Hmm. I was a plant until a few days ago. Was Stinky a plant until a few days ago?
I guess I don't even know his name yet. Was he? Were they a plant until a few days ago?
Stinky's not quite. He was, his mother nearly killed me. And then I took the remnants of that horrible experience, a little mushroom cap, and turned him into Stinky. So in a way, I suppose.
Pip's little like leaf stands up real straight. Little chipper look on his non-expression leaf face.
Oh, that's cool. I've got a lot of friends here. There's Stinky, and there's Aunt Bobble's Heart, and there's Jay. And Aunt Bobble's Heart isn't a plant like me and Jay and Stinky, but I still think it's good for us to be friends because we're about the same size.
Grits does like several backflips towards you. As twirls around, strikes a pose, and then offers a piggyback ride to you. He like bends over, offering you to get back on the back of him.
Absolutely, Pip climbs right up. He's climbed on Mom's back a few times for rides, so he'll climb on Bobbles or on Gritz's back.
All right.
And,
Yeah, and then the two of and then Grits will like fucking do as many acrobatic fucking gymnast tricks that he can with Pip on his back to like entertain him for a while and all that.
oh yeah,
And,
also would imagine the whole time that Coden's talking to Pip, he could barely follow what you're saying because he's just so enthralled by literally everything you do, like your little leaf, your everything. This is his realm of things.
Oh, yeah,
he loves
great.
this.
It is worth mentioning,
Yeah.
as a druid, and specifically as a druid with your order, you have met many creatures like Pip. Pip is, even in his recent state of existence, the smartest one you've ever met. It is wild how fast he learns. It's wild how articulate he is. The fact that he is speaking a language is crazy to you. He is far and above the most intelligent Leshy that you, or at least Leshy familiar, that you've ever met.
Yeah, he
think
he
with
loves all of this.
I think with the 17 perception / insight, he probably gleans a little bit of that from Coden, though again, Coden is just like a capital A grown up, like, but he still clocks a little bit of that and says, whenever he's done with this piggyback ride, he'll hop off next to Stinky.
Like, if you want to talk to my mom, I'm sure she would talk to you. She says we're all friends and we have to do a big important thing together of some sort. We gotta help Crackers have a baby or something. But she made me and you made Stinky, so you guys might be friends too, just like me and Stinky are friends.
Perhaps.
There's an awful bug demon
Yeah.
resting in the fire.
Uh-huh.
seeping flaming oil.
Oh god, I didn't realize she was in the fire. I
You probably didn't see her when you walked by, and
You see a face in the flames,
The
chittering mandibles.
when you realize that she's in the fire, she looks at you and kind of like raises up one of her weird claw arms and makes this horrible dissonant shrieking noise that Pip and only Pip recognizes as a, "Oh, hello, I didn't mean to startle you." And you hear it as like if 3 fourth graders got on the recorders for the first time and all started playing.
Yeah, I definitely move away. Oh god, no.
Pip looks down at Stinky and is
Like, have you ever heard of the sun?
He looks around left and right, and then he shakes his head and he looks up because he just remembered that it's up.
Did you know
And he
that
points.
sometimes there's 2 of them? Mom says there's gonna be 2 of them pretty soon. I think with 2 suns, we'll be stronger than you could possibly imagine, Stinky.
He's got this little gecko smile, and he doesn't know what you're saying, but he's nodding his head because he sees you're enthusiastic, so he's doing it too. he's entertained.
It
He
is.
lifts his own eye.
I gotta make a ruling. So your speak with kindred only works normally on plants that are like very similar to you.
Right.
Boy,
He's a mushroom.
he's a
That's
mushroom.
totally fine. Pip's
I-
fine, just like body languaging with Stinky. That's totally
I-
fine.
Yeah.
It would be okay. We'll stick with body language for now. We'll do it for now. I like it.
Really quick meta question, and I guess kind of an in-character question, going back to what Bobble told Pip a bit ago. Do I know that healing harms undead, or is that even true?
Oh boy! So your mother has taught you a lot in the like past few weeks that you guys have been traveling together. I guess give me your choice of spellcasting check. Whatever your spellcasting stat is, give me that check.
I say it's occultism, and it's
Yeah.
not good.
Yeah, give me an occultism check.
Oh no, it's it's religion. It's divine. I'm a divine caster.
You're also trained so that you can use nature as medicine, right? Because that would also be a problem.
Yes, nature as medicine. They're the same check, actually. I forgot I'm not occult. I'm religion.
Yeah, give me any check related to the way that you heal, whether it's through medicine or through magic.
I'll do nature just because I'm a nature boy.
Nature boys.
Yeah, this probably actually would have come up in another conversation that you had about the skeleton boy. Your mom has explained that some things that move around are technically already dead, and that the magic you use to heal usually doesn't work on them. They need special flowers to do it.
Okay, but it doesn't harm them?
You, with a 28, you would know that it does actually harm them, yes.
Oh yeah, that's what I was going for. Like, don't use an AoE heal
Yeah.
if Bopple's enraged, essentially.
Correct that,
Because
yeah.
I for sure did that last fight.
Yeah, for sure. And last night, for the record, nothing is being retconned here. It worked last time.
Right. Oh, like he got healing last time?
He got the healing last time. Bobble was healed
Oh.
by it last time.
Intriguing. But he's saying he won't be this time. Very intriguing.
Yeah, he was saying it earlier that it seems like the last few minutes that he's changed.
Very, very intriguing.
Yeah, she.
Why does Bobble continuously scare me more and more as this game goes on?
I'm horrified.
She's more and more horrifying the further we go.
Oh, wonderful.
And I hate to do this, but I have to because you rolled like a 4 on your diplomacy check. At some point after that conversation and after playing with the other familiars, Pip will sort of go over towards Mom in the fire, not getting too close because fire's dangerous.
Of course. She steps out a little bit, yeah.
And just be like, Mom,
Yes, dear.
I don't know if you said I should always tell you about things that I see that you don't.
Of course.
Aunt Bobble gave me this,
and he just like shows her the undying thing.
and she said that it would work on her because she's kind of like Skeleton Boy. A little different, I guess, but kind of like it.
I see.
She also said some stuff about what kind of mom that you are and what kind of mom she is.
Oh, really? What did she say?
Uh-oh.
I don't really remember much of it. I got distracted because I was playing with Jay, who is a grape but wants to be a person again, and Stinky, who can't talk, but he's very fun.
I see. Well. And she kind of looks down at the vial and says, "Oh, well, this explains quite a lot. Bobble is our friend." And she does, kind of glance over. if she said that she needs this to be healed, then be certain to use that if she is ever in danger. And if she says anything else about the way that I mother you, you come and find me.
I will, Mom.
All right, run along.
I'm gonna go play now.
Of course. Have fun. Be gentle.
Stinky is staring into the fire at this creature with the flames reflecting on his dilated eyes. Just like, holy.
And for the record, for Shred mostly, like the awful 4 toddlers like whistling into a recorder sound, Mom starts making it at Pip, and Pip makes it back at her with his like weird vocal cord grasses.
Yeah, it's like a grass whistle, I imagine. Oh, it's a Stinky.
Stinky.
Stinky's so special. I love him.
All right.
Stinky.
What's Shred up to? How does Shred get things ready? You guys are planning on heading out on your adventure today. What does he do to get prepared? You've been dealing with the drained status for the past several days. You're finally feeling like yourself again.
Now that he's not, zonked out, he's probably affixing some runes to his armor. And it looks like he's just hammering 3 weapons together.
He's just got like a sandwich of swords that he's like nailing together.
He's got his Kopesh, and then the Mabele, and then in the middle he has a new staff, and he's just kind of hammering them all together for some reason.
Excellent.
But eventually they just blend together, and all that's left is the staff.
Ooh, very cool. Excellent. I imagine that most of you, after getting resupplied at Sun's Captain, probably had to come to Shred to get runes placed into your weapons. If any of you used those magical grapes that let you identify things, Shred probably had to attach them to your weapons for you. He's been staying busy, even in spite of being sick. And now it seems that he has finally caught a moment to take care of his own business before you guys set out.
Yep.
If it's kind of just a RP thing, I guess, but if at some point during all of that, while Shred is in bad shape with the drained condition for 3 days or whatever, Pip will at least, like, check in, and I don't think he's even met Shred yet, so he'll go into Shred's tent with absolutely no sense of personal space.
Hey. Hello.
Oh, hey there, little plant guy. What are you doing?
Oh, you looked really hurt when you came back, and my mom gave me magic to heal people, so I can make you feel better if you want.
Oh, well, that'd be great. I feel pretty good now, but...
I might not even need magic.
And as he's talking, I assume during his like worst state of being drained, he's probably like laying down, and Pip just like climbs up onto his chest and starts walking up to his face.
It's like, I might not even need magic. Here, try one of these.
And he rips one of his eyes out and just like places it in your mouth for a little bit of magical healing. That is, no factor now, but
Puts it in my mouth, I have no chance to argue. Just, okay.
That'll make you feel much better.
It's like when a toddler hands you a toy phone, you say hello. When a toddler hands you their eye and stuffs it into your mouth, you eat it.
You eat it. That's very good. I feel way better.
Get some sleep and stay hydrated. My mom says water's important, and it is important because when it rains, that's when I always feel the best.
Yeah, I bet so. You should go get some water too, but I'll get some water. Thank you. You said your name is Pip?
Yeah, my name is Pip. The main reason that I'm helping you to stay alive is because Mom needs us all to work together to do something very important, and we bought these magic things in the city the other day, and I don't know how to use them, and Mom said maybe you would know how to use them, so you have to eat all this fruit and get better so you can fix our stuff for us, okay?
Okay, I would want to make your mom upset. I can do that for you.
She's really nice.
I bet so. Haven't got to talk to her much myself, but...
She's not really very good at talking in the right way that other people talk, but I can help because I can always understand her.
Okay, if I need to tell her something, I'll come get you.
Okay. Have a good nap, Mr. Shred.
Good nap.
just walk out of your tent.
Having read what Jessica just posted, I think that if Pip heals someone more than 3 times, they should get violent diarrhea.
Agreed.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, I not to drag it on too long, but there is something. Yeah. I'll just approach Gargle after he gave you the whole conversation, told me about the curse god thing, and like, take a deep breath and like, just like, hey, little Pope boy.
It's not Pope. It's
Yeah, sure. Listen, you gonna throw your life away for this or anything? You think you're gonna die when this uh, God uses your body as a vessel or whatever?
just kind of freezes, and you just like actually see fear in him.
I just
I mean, maybe they haven't really told me what happens at the end.
well, do you feel comfortable with the prospect that you're gonna die at the end of this? Yeah, I've
mean,
seen plenty of transformations and plenty of vessels. Trust me, if you don't want anything bursting out of your gullet and using your body as a hat, you should probably turn back soon.
I mean, if it's gonna save my people,
But but what about you? How much do you matter?
I mean, I do, but like, I can, I can save all my people.
If it's worth it, if you really think it's worth it, then I support your decision. I just want you to know what you might be getting into.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I don't really know what happens at the end. Maybe I go back to being a normal Kuatoa. Maybe I become a god. Maybe I die. I don't really know.
Listen, if you did die, people would remember your people would remember you real fondly. You'd be known for something. I've lived a while. I can't say I have the same reputation.
I've watched enough of my people die that I'm okay with giving my life up to save the rest of them. So many of my friends have died on the way here, getting me here. And you see him kind of like caressing some of the beads on his wrists.
Well, keep him close to heart. I've met a lot of people myself. And then she gives you a little pat on the tiny hat. I assume we're like this. Yeah, Bobble's like 4 foot. She gives you a little pat on the shoulder and is like, "Keep growing, boy. You'll need that strength."
I want to be really tall.
How tall? Like as tall as that monster over there? She points at Coden.
I want to be bigger than him.
Bigger than him.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, there is the sound of a little bell ringing, and you all look over to see Jackspin on the back of this mule. It says, I don't mean to be a problem, but if we don't get a move on quickly, we're going to miss third nap, and that would be very bad.
Who is Jack?
Jackspin is the little goblin tiefling that has been tending to Malfarion hand and foot this whole time.
Who?
You mean enabling?
Yes, enabling Mal.
You didn't die.
I haven't met Mal.
Gotcha. So he's not here, so we can't do that character introduction, but you've at least seen Mal. He is this Galoma tiefling, this skeletal-faced furred beast, pretty tall, with a pair of horns, that seems to spend most of the day either lounging or sleeping in his chair bear that walks around for him, being waited on kind of hand and foot by Jackspin. Jackspin does all the work, but even that, I really just want you to imagine the laziest butler ever, who even he has to be kind of like coerced into doing the things that he needs to do. He has to be reminded a few times, and it takes him 10 minutes to fetch a drink.
So the complete opposite of Buttonsworth.
Yes, oh, very much. And it's
his character foil, you would say.
Yeah, he seems very loyal. He does all of his work, and he seems honestly kind of fond of his job. But he certainly doesn't have a lot of snap to his step. He's very relaxed. He takes his time. He has a very lackadaisical attitude to things will get done when they need to be done.
He's Buttons unworthy.
Buttons unworthy. Jesus.
So where are we going?
Well, we have to look for this person, Shanty Sandy. Mom says that we need to go find her, I think.
How long is that going to take
Mom?
us to get there?
That's right, yes. The map, I believe it said it would be a few days. And let me go pull it up real quick. We'll find out. I hope this map is to scale. Did I scale this map?
It's hard to say.
I
You
did.
made it.
Hell yeah. Okay, this is actually a shorter journey than I thought.
That's some dedication. I've never scaled a map in my life.
I do it specifically so I can answer the travel question. And then I forget to write down how many miles you can travel in a day, so give me a second.
It's probably like 30 or 50 or 100 or something.
Yeah, totally. It's like 100 miles a day.
Yeah, more fast walkers.
Cool, about 20 miles a day, which means you guys can theoretically get there by, like, a little before sundown. Yeah, a little before sundown, if everything goes well.
Yeah, with a mule that big. I mean, come on.
Do you think it's going to...
Oh yeah, that's to scale.
Notably, the mule should be up here. This is where you guys are kind of camping. It's a little east of Marbach Bay. Far enough that you are not in danger. The last you saw it, it was on fire and being shelled by the Azantic Navy as people evacuated. It's very likely that it has now suffered the same fate as Neuroprocus. But you guys are keeping your distance to stay safe anyway. But yeah, if you guys are ready to go, you can begin traveling south.
Let's do it.
They were being shelled by the friendly Wildfolk from overseas.
No, so the Titarans are the friendly ones. Those are the people from Mal's Nation. They were evacuating people. That's where you guys took Bobble's family initially, but then that ship had already gone, so they instead dropped them off on Sun's pirate ship. They are fleeing because the Azantic Navy has come up around the cave and are now basically doing a full surround. Initially, they were just down here in the Gulf Liberty, and now, presumably, they own the Northern Channel as well. Shit's gone sideways. Things are looking bad.
Oh boy.
Sounds like everybody is ready to go, so...
I missed your question in Telegram, so whenever you have chances.
Oh, sure.
About purchasing stuff, it's probably not going to affect this campaign, though.
Let's
Or
see.
this session.
No. So, yeah, PF2 learning time. Some things require you to be a spellcaster, or specifically, they have the prerequisite that you use the cast a spell activity. In order to use those things, like wands and stave, you have to actually be able to have... You have to have the spellcasting trait, which means like your class either has to give you spellcasting or you have to get it through an archetype. We'll use somebody as an example. Who here has like a publicly known archetype, an archetype that isn't secret?
You can use mine.
Cool. You, for instance, your class gives you divine spellcasting, and your archetype gives you occult spellcasting, which means you count as an occult spellcaster and a divine spellcaster for the purposes of wands, staves, feats and features, anything like that. A single innate spell does not count.
Gotcha.
A spell that you get from a magic item doesn't count. You have to actually be trained in that kind of spellcasting for it to count.
Understood. So, for those of you listening, I get the ability to cast Create Water as a racial feature, and it's the primal initiate spell, but it doesn't specifically say unlike my archetype that I've trained in that type of spell.
Right, exactly.
I was just telling Mr. Shred it's important to stay hydrated, so that'll be good.
Oh yeah, watch this. Wait, never mind. I'll do it later.
It's especially important for that one to stay hydrated. He could be in very, very much trouble if he goes a long time without water. It's quite the opposite of myself.
Mr. Shred or Mr. Gargle?
Mr. Gargle, yes.
Pip, for the record, I assume that we're all saying Gargle, but every time that Gargle introduces himself, it's actually like the sound of a person gargling.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So while others might extrapolate that to Gargle, Pip for sure just like calls him.
I appreciate it so much.
Hell yeah.
Which is a hard sound to make with grass reeds, but we're just going to handwave that.
Sure is. Alright.
I imagine he just has like a little thimble of water whenever he needs to say my name. He's like, hold on.
I'll make sure that he stays hydrated too.
I'm literally a frog. I could probably say it a lot easier.
God,
Do you need it? Do you, I can keep you wet if you need it, Grandma.
Oh, I don't like that sentence.
That's not good. That's not great.
You'll make me wetter than
ton.
anyone else here, probably.
Oh,
Not my time.
Alright, let's do ourselves a little montage. What do you guys do as you're traveling? What's everybody's role on the wagon trail?
Is there water near us? Like a river?
Not yet. Near the end of your journey, there will be. So if that's, we can wait until then if you want to tell us what you do when you get to that river.
Yeah, sure. I can tell you now. He's just going to stay in the river.
Perfect.
and go along next to you guys in the river.
Then yeah, like the first leg of the journey, probably the first 2 legs of the journey actually, are mostly on land following a road. Every now and then when you hear distant footsteps, especially if there's a large group, you probably pull off to the side and try to make sure that it is not an Imric military unit passing through. But thankfully, at least so far, you've not run into any. Eventually, though, you do break into a little babbling brook, and when that happens, Gargle goes into the brook and follows from that safe
And
distance.
disappears.
Excellent. Probably safe to assume then that you were avoiding notice at least once you get to the river.
Yeah. Also, like I just have surface skimmer, so like the moment I'm beneath the water, I'm obscured
All right, excellent. Somebody else. Who
or
else?
concealed.
What does somebody else
Does-
do during the travel?
Me and
Does
mom get to.
Grits?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, you can go first.
Okay. Me and mom get to act separately during travel, so she, I assume, keeps watch out for dangers.
That seems up her alley. Very
I
business oriented.
can't track her for some reason.
Oh,
I got
that's
the wrong tool picked
weird.
out.
Oh, that would do it. I was gonna
There
say.
we go.
Hmm.
And then Pip, I think, like, just every once in a while throughout each of the days, I don't know where this fits on this here chart, but like, stops to talk to the local plants to see if anything's weird around.
Love it. That sounds like an investigate is probably the closest fit here. You're basically just looking for cool information, clues, or not really tracks, but anything that could be like cool information.
Cool.
Shred. What does Shred normally do on a caravan? Oh, I think he was getting a drink actually. So, Bobble, you were coming up next.
Oh yeah. Do Grits and I act independently of each other? Or-
No, you guys generally work as a team during exploration. Mom gets it because summoners have like a very crazy special thing that lets them act independently here. And for the record, for flavor, you guys can be doing whatever you want. This is more just like if a combat breaks out, where should you each be placed? What are you guys doing in the event the combat breaks out?
Fair. Bobble and Grits will probably. Bobble will probably likes to send Grits out to like find shit and like pick up anything that's useful along like the road, or even like tell us about like if there was like any violence or stuff to like
Love it.
to like avoid that place.
Love
Yeah.
it, love it, love it. That sounds like it could be kind of any of these three. It depends on if you're looking for other like people, if you're looking for secrets and traps, or if you're looking for like cool clues and stuff.
Secrets and traps.
Hell yeah, secrets and traps. Gargle. What is? Oh, we've already got Gargle. So Gargle is
Actually, I might do something different. When I get to water, I do that, but before water, I might do something different.
sure, absolutely.
If we run into any spirits on the way there, I'm going to talk to them.
Ooh, I like that. I like that. That sounds good. Coden, what's it look like when you're on a wagon trail? How do you kill the time?
On the very bottom left of this screen, it says that there's this icon that says if one person performing this activity is an expert, everyone else gets a bonus.
Sure do.
Oh.
There
Okay.
is- PF2
Yeah.
Learning, there's an activity called Follow the Expert, where basically you copy somebody else who's already doing the activity you want to do, and you get a bonus to doing it by following their lead. And anything with the
Excellent.
golden arrow is an expert or an activity that you could theoretically do that on.
Okay. So then I'm gonna do. Let's see. People on Scout search and. Can I do? Oh, hold on. I thought this was solid. Probably Scout.
Cool, I like it. Keeping watch is always good.
Wait, is the yeah, and as a little side thing too, Stinky's kind of traveling around, but if Pip's anywhere in the vicinity, little Stinky's like trying to show him plants, like gesturing and pointing and stuff, and then Coden will be obligated to go and tell him about the medicinal uses for such plant or whatever.
Hell yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Love it, love it, love it.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is it's just kind of a flavor thing. But Pip does have the like herbalist feat thing, so he spends a lot of time gathering up whatever plants are pointed out to him by Coden and Stinky to sort of make into potions and tinctures and stuff every day.
Wonderful.
Absolutely.
Oh, this synergy.
Do we have a shred pack?
Moister than
I'm so
We
moist
do.
right now.
Follow.
Say, what does Shred do on a caravan? How does he kill the time?
We have those guns we looted from people earlier. Can I try to clean or repair those?
Absolutely, for sure. In party loot, I think you had 3 of the arquebuses, and you could actually
We
give
do.
me. You could
Can I
either give me
do you need guidance?
deck guidance. I think would be applicable here.
And guidance will work, sure.
Give me a crafting check, and also if you want to, give me a society check, and your crafting expertise will give you we'll call it a +2 circumstance bonus to that.
And you also get a +1 bonus.
+1 stat. So yeah, those stack together, so you got a +3 total.
Okay, so +3 on top of whatever I roll here. Okay.
Yep.
Woo!
That'd be a
Pretty damn
33.
good.
33 is
Dang.
very good. So first things first, you're able to repair them all, get them all in ship shape. You imagine that you could probably turn around and sell them or use them if you wanted to. You're able to kind of unclear a jam that had happened. All three of them are very usable. More importantly, though, as you begin to study them, you are able to recover a couple of loaded tracer rounds that were in the chamber without, like, setting them off, which means if you wanted, you have 2 of their Emmerich tracer shots. And you also just kind of learn a little bit about them. You're very experienced in this sort of thing. You've been doing this as a trade for a long time. You recognize this model as kind of an older model that isn't... it's an Emmerich adaptation of an even older weapon that actually originated way over to the northeast in the Thunder Wars. And that's a long story. We'll get into it another time. The short version of this story is that these are kind of older guns that they have already repurposed and that you are now kind of refurbishing and repurposing yourself. So these are second hand-me-downs.
Okay, I'll probably throw those rounds in party loot. Sano might want them, but I know he hates his gun now, so he might not.
Excellent. I will get those loaded up. Let me make a note to remember to do that.
And I'll try to sell these next time we're in some place I could sell them off.
For sure.
Or arm a monster who doesn't have anything.
All right. Okay, let's run through here real quick. Gargle, give me occultism as you're kind of looking for spirits and ghosts that might have cool things to talk about.
Would it be occultism, or is it going to be
a religion would also
spirit lore?
Yeah, spirit lore, even better. Even better.
I mean, it's not as good as the problem. I'm only trained in it. I guess
it is
opposed to. I mean, no, it's the same. It's the same actually. I lied.
Spirit lore.
Like
So if they're the same bonus, then your spirit lore will actually be better. It is a hard rules as written. If a player is using a lore skill rather than a generic skill, the DC is lower. You get better results for using a specific lore skill. And while he's doing that, Pip,
any circumstances to it, or is it just normal?
Just normal, unless you have any feats that I don't know of. Anything that might be
that I know
applicable.
of.
Cool. And while he's doing that, Pip, give me a nature check.
Okay. I'm so good at it. I really shouldn't say things like this.
Can't say that out loud. I'm gonna activate this so we get our ambient noise back, but then I'm gonna jump back to the
Activate.
See, if you hadn't said it at that last second, it would have been a 17 instead of the 7.
I know it would have, but I mean, 19's still pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good.
Better than what I got.
Also, just because I'm thirsty for roleplay, at some point during this travel, when Gargle is not swimming in the water, Pip will just sort of stride beside him at some point during the walk and just be like, "Why are you bigger?"
Because
Thank
I'm
you.
accumulating more sympathy.
What sympathy?
What do I know about sympathy? I don't want to just because I obviously I kind of know things.
I'm going to give you a lot of this for free because it's literally your entire backstory. But go ahead and give me a religion check or an arcana check. Arcana would actually get you better results here, but you know it through your religion, so it's also appropriate.
It's a +1 versus a +11, so I'm going to give you.
Oh yeah, seems wise. Okay. You don't understand necessarily all of the intricate arcane mechanics. You think that maybe Crackers might. But you understand what has been taught to you through your cult. And what has been taught to you through your cult is that anytime any thinking, living, caring creature does anything, thinks about anything, or cares about anything, it builds up a kind of magical energy called sympathy. If you cook a delicious meal, you're building a little bit of sympathy to all sorts of things. You're building a little sympathy to your favorite chef knife, a little bit of sympathy to the god of cooking, a little bit of sympathy to your husband that you're cooking for. All of these things are constantly emitting sympathy in all directions to everything that your life is connected to. When that sympathy grows big enough and strong enough, sometimes it turns into a little mote of thinking, living energy of its own called a daemon. Usually these are just tiny little spirits that go about doing nothing. They sit on the weave almost like plaque or enamel, just kind of accumulating. But if they accumulate enough, they can turn into actual physical bodies. They can inhabit objects. They can animate a thing like a ghost almost. They can take on forms of life. And eventually, those forms of life can become gods. This is where the gods and angels came from. It's rumored that they all started originally as sympathy, turned from sympathy into big old daemons, and then accumulated powers until they became gods.
Yeah. So a ritual was done where my body was changed into this one, so that I could hold on to the sympathy.
Oh, that's cool. I think a ritual was done to my body too, that made it like this one. Because before it was just plants.
Sorry, I cut out.
I was just saying that a ritual was done to my body too, that made it what it is this one. Because before it was just plants.
Yeah, that's really awesome. That's kind of what happened to me, but
I
not
can
a
show
plant.
you.
And without waiting for mission, because he's a child, he just goes back into plant form. Just fully falls into a pile of plants.
What is this?
And then he turns back into his regular leshy self.
Whoa,
Pretty cool, right?
that was insane.
Can you go back to being short?
I,
Because you were littler than me when we met, and that was the littlest person I ever seen, and now you're big.
well, I wasn't always that little. I was like normal, and then I became little, and now I'm big. I don't know. Maybe if I like lost my sympathy.
So wait,
You explain what sympathy is vaguely in
Yeah,
the terms
yeah,
that I
yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
explained
I
it.
was pretty much just
Okay.
Kuoto are just really good at giving lots of sympathy to something.
could you turn Jay back into a person?
I
Oh, we
I
already
don't know.
talked about this.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not allowed to give my sympathy away because then I can't do my mission.
Oh, it's fine.
I'm
I understand.
Because Jay
Mom.
came up to Gargle. I want to interject real quick. You would be aware, Gargle, that if Jay is a daemon as opposed to a ghost, Jay isn't actually Jay's spirit. Jay's spirit is in the afterlife, living it up, doing whatever Jay wants to do.
Also, I don't know if you saw my post, but being near Jay, does he bring up my life sense at all?
Does that detect daemons? I think it does, right?
I think so. Let me pull it up.
If it does, then you do detect a little shard of a spirit inside of him. And if so, that would almost certainly confirm your suspicions. Daemons are not ghosts. It is not actually Jay in there, but it is the echo of his emotions, especially the emotions that he experienced as he was dying. Which means he probably, they're very similar to a shade or a ghost, but technically a brand new creature that was just spawned from that emotional outburst.
Yeah, and I'll explain that to him.
Oh, that's really different from. I guess I don't know even if that's different than when my mom made me.
I don't
Is
know.
that how my mom made me?
He doesn't ring up as any of the things I'd sense, does he?
No, he does not ring up as a daemon.
I don't know. But what was the ritual like? If you
I don't know. One day I was awake. Before that, I don't really remember. I woke up and I had a backpack and I had a waffle iron and a bunch of other stuff in it. And my mom taught me what a birthday is and what to do with my body. And then she took me to a village where she gave some coins to some people and then they blew up. And then I met you guys. She says that you're all really important because we gotta go do a big important thing together. But I don't know how she did it. I just know she did.
well, she's pretty powerful. She has.
Oh, she's the most powerful person probably in the whole world.
Let's hope.
As you guys are exploring the river together and talking about spirits, Pip is... You're able to gather your normal ingredients and whatnot. You don't find anything that is, like, particularly extra valuable.
Okay,
No,
cool.
no salves or anything like that. And likewise, Gargle, you don't really come across any ghosts or spirits that are haunting this place. You certainly see signs of places where the armies have passed through, but you would be aware that this place has, for the most part, evacuated well ahead of time. There haven't been any conflicts recent enough that there are haunts or ghosts that are still lingering. So for the most part, the two of you have this nice conversation, but it is otherwise uneventful. let's jump to Bobble. Give me a perception check as you look for cool secrets and things like that.
Nice. Okay. There's the tap. Okay.
Perception is weird. It's over on like the middle left now instead of with all your other skills.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Yeah, they
Right.
changed that from 5e.
Uh, how do I roll it?
There should be a little 20-sided die right under the perception header, kind of in the middle left in that red area.
Ah, there it is.
Yeah. Perception is like a... They've merged investigation, perception, and insight all into one big skill now.
Wait, by the way, since it's bugging me, when you say diamond, you're not just good in all Southern line. You're
No.
saying daemon,
Damon, yeah.
on purpose.
Yeah, correct. Daemon, which is legally distinct from a demon.
Legally distinct.
Yeah.
I don't want the
Okay.
purchase to take legal action.
Because I knew it had to be distinct, but I couldn't tell. Yeah, okay.
To make things even more complicated, and this is probably just meta knowledge for... Well, you have religion training, you would almost certainly know that. You would know that a daemon can turn into a demon. A demon is just an angel who serves a god who is aligned with the lesser sun god Hell. We'll get into all that later when it becomes relevant.
Joy.
But yeah. Cool. 21. You keep an eye out looking for traps and secrets. There is actually a point, Bobble, as you are heading down the road, where you find, how do I want to describe this? How much time? Well, let's do it. There is a point where you see, a row of fallen leaves, across the road that stands out to you as suspicious.
Oh.
Is
Well, I get to test out this thing that I gave Grits. I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna try and do a. How do I say this? I want to do an investigation check from here and have Grits help me with second opinion. Right?
Excellent.
Yeah. He's an educated fella.
All right. So as you get up closer and start to investigate it, you could either just give me a perception check, or if you have anything that is specifically good at disabling traps like thieves' tools or crafting. Actually, I think for crafting you have to have a feat. So if you have thieves' tools, you could give me that, or thievery. Otherwise, just give me a perception check.
Perception. I'll do a perception. There we go. Yep. But. Ooh.
Very, very good. Excellent. As you get close, your suspicions are confirmed. Because you find that buried beneath all of these dried leaves is a thin wire that seems to connect over to... it's a bizarre device, really. It's a little wooden box, and inside of that wooden box, it's tied around a thin glass tube. And inside of that thin glass tube, there's a tiny little cyan-colored glowing magic crystal. And with your 29, as you begin to study and investigate this thing, it seems very clear that the intent is somebody trips on the wire because they didn't see it under the leaves. It shatters the little tube, and in doing so probably shatters the crystal inside of it, which almost certainly activates some sort of a magical effect. If you wanted to try to figure out what that magical effect was, you could either cast some spells about it or give me an Arcana check.
Is Shred around?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, certainly.
Okay. I might just wave him over and say, "Come on," and like, be careful. Don't step on the leaves, and like, point out the vial and all that, and ask him, since he's a handyman. You think you can pull that thing out? I think it might be useful.
Well, I don't know about that. It's a little too fine work for me. I can take a look, but someone with more nimble fingers might be better.
All right.
Let's see, though.
So, if you want to, by default, it is thievery to dismantle a trap. Because it is a magical trap, you could theoretically use Arcana. The DC would be much harder. And likewise, there's a feat that lets you use crafting, but anyone can try to do anything. If you wanted to try to use your crafting instead of thievery, you could do so. There would just be a significant DC penalty.
Would it be easier to do Arcana or crafting?
Probably crafting.
I have 11 in Arcana. And Grits might be able to do something too to help. But like, yeah.
I can give guidance if needed.
Yeah. Uh, where's Gritz's character sheet? Let me pull it up real quick.
Sure. While you're pulling that up, Zeke, what's up? You get a hand raised.
Just real quick, can I talk to the nearby plants and see if they can tell me who made this trap?
Certainly.
Or like when it was made, who made it, if they saw who made it?
Yeah, can you post that thing again? Are there like guidelines
Yes.
on how long plants remember stuff or anything like that? Here we go.
No. It just says that I can speak with them.
Cool. I'm into it. Let's find out what they know.
There might be like an actual speak with plant spell that would be a better guide for that specific information, but
Possibly. Let's see.
I don't know.
Cool. Okay. No, it's pretty common sense. It basically just says, yeah, they remember like normal, but they can't really move, so they only know what happened around them, which makes a lot of sense. Yeah, as they're deciding what to do with this trap, you kind of go over to some of the plants and the trees, and you find a particularly helpful-looking tree and begin to speak to it. Hey there, little guy.
Hey there, big guy. There's some pretty gnarly looking stuff over there. Did you see how I got here?
A bunch of people passed by. They've been setting up those wires. I don't know why. Thankfully, I'm just glad they don't cut us down. We've heard that many of our friends to the west have been cut down.
Oh no. How many days ago was that? Do you know what a day is? Do you know what the sun is?
I have heard of the suns, yes. It was maybe 5 or 6 ago.
Okay. Well, I don't know if we're trying to stop trees from getting cut down or anything. I think we probably are, but I don't know. It's up to my mom. But if you want, I can see if somebody can bring you to life so you can come with us.
Oh, I've lived a long time, and I'd like to continue living an even longer time. So if that's a possibility, I wouldn't say no, but we can't
Okay.
all be as lucky as you.
No, I'm sure that someone here can bring you to life. There's a lot of really cool people here. I'll ask.
Thank you, little one. I love Pip just promising to bring everything to life. It's great.
This tree is...
You guys are busy figuring out how this trap is working.
This tree is worried it's going to get cut down if somebody knows how to bring it to life.
Listen, oh boy. If once we start promising that we can bring one tree to life, we're gonna have to start promising that we're gonna bring the entire forest to life. And you
That
know what?
sounds great. I kind of buried the lead there also. He says that the trap got set like 5 or 6 days ago. I don't know if that helps or not.
Pip knows what buried the lead. Okay. There's a little story your mom needs to read to you one day. Just look up, just have her go to the library and check out If You Give a Mouse a Cookie. All right.
Pip goes straight to his mom and says,
Man, Bobble says that there's
Hold
a
on.
story you need to read.
You sure it's not If You Give a Mouse a Cracker?
Hey.
Hey.
What story is that, dear?
If you give a mouse a cookie. I was just wondering if we could bring that tree to life because it's worried it's going to get cut down. And then Aunt Bobble said we can't bring the whole forest to life, and I don't really see why not.
Well, it's very difficult to bring things to life. There is a reason that it is just you and no brothers or sisters yet. But someday, hopefully, we'll have
Okay.
plenty of brothers and sisters for you.
Okay.
and he goes back over to the tree.
It says, my mom says she can't bring you to life, so maybe you will get cut down after all, but if you and your fellow trees could just do us a favor, and if you guys see anything coming to get us, just let us know, okay? You can do sort of like you tell the tree next to you, and they tell the tree next to them, and you sort of send us a message, okay? Will you do that for us?
Give me a diplomacy check.
I will. And I'll also use my fucking
The small
The
person thing.
outrageous request thing? Yeah, excellent.
harmlessly cute, shameless request.
Fuck yeah, give it to me.
Hell
Hell
yes.
yeah. This tree realizes that there is a certain charm to the honesty of children and their inability to use any tact whatsoever. It says, "For you, little one, I think we can do our best. We don't have the legs or the mouth that you do, but we can send messages, and we will do it as quickly as we can."
Can I make a comment on that?
Sure, go for it.
They have done studies saying that like trees can talk to each other through
Yeah.
their roots.
Yeah, they also release release gases too, is another way they do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They also sometimes share nutrients with each other through their roots if one of them is suffering. Isn't that
Wild.
cute?
Wild, wild, wild. Plants are so cute. Plants are so cute.
Okay, thanks. We'll try to not let you all get cut down if we can. I think that probably the people that are cutting you down are people that we plan on slaughtering pretty ruthlessly if they get in our way or anything. So
I support this. Those people are bad people.
sounds like we're on the same side, big tree friend.
Take care, little one.
Bye now.
Back at the box, are either of you guys going to try to dismantle it, or are you just going to try to go around? How are you guys dealing with this?
I'm gonna send Grits in to try and get the fucking vial out with his, ability to use hands and stuff.
All right.
Do you want me to put guidance on him?
Yeah.
All right. If Grits
And
has
maybe I can help him.
Pew!
Grits is
Yeah, certainly. If you want to try to help him, you'll have to go up there with him. But you could also give me thievery check
you know
to
what?
try to aid him.
I'm gonna aid him.
All right, sick. So you give me a thievery check first to try to aid him. You're looking for a 20 or better.
All right. Oh wait, it's down here. Wait, no, it's not. It's right there. Thievery. Yay!
That is a crit fail, which means he actually takes a -1, as your shaky hands are actually more of a hindrance than a help to him. But now he can give me a thievery check with a -1.
And then a +1.
And
so
then a
it
+1,
cancels
so
out.
they cancel out.
Oh no! Goodbye,
Boy.
Grits. You just got him back.
Well,
So,
Well,
as Grits is working to dismantle this thing, he successfully undoes the wire and is able to gently pull this glass tube from the wooden casing. Starts to clamber on down, trips, falls, and you watch almost in slow motion as this glass vial begins to tumble down towards a rock on the ground. There is a shatter, a tinkling of glass, and then you watch as the tiny little crystal inside, cyan in color, smashes into the ground, bounces a couple of times, and then, like a firecracker, just pop in a burst of magical energy. And that's it. Nothing else happens. You all watch with bated breath. 20 seconds go by, 30 seconds go by. You hear the sound of the trees above you, the wind rustling through the leaves. There's no explosion, there's no gunfire, there's no fireball. But the trap has been destroyed, the crystal has been destroyed, and you're not sure what that means.
I don't like that.
let's just move far away, like really far away.
Yeah, that's the trees are gonna tell us if anything comes for us, so we got that going for us.
Thanks, little boy. Anyway,
Alright.
we gotta get. Just go.
Moving on down the line. Coden and Mom are both scouting. They're watching for attackers. How relevant. Let me get a perception check from Mom and from Coden.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose the first question is, what do you guys do after the trap incident? What is your reaction to all of that happening?
Hide.
Hide?
I
Okay.
don't know if I would vote for hiding. Pip doesn't care. He does whatever his mom tells him to do.
For the record, you can make Mom's decision here. Mom is smart and
Yeah.
knows what danger is. Yeah.
I think Mom would probably advocate for maybe like not necessarily hiding, but like changing course. Like presumably we've been walking in a pretty straight line.
Yeah, absolutely. Literally
Like
following
maybe-
the road. Yeah.
Yeah, like maybe just like get off the road and move through the jungle for a little bit and avoid, make our paths untraceable.
Okay.
Switch to sort of covering our tracks.
Absolutely. Then we will
Pip,
move her over
Pip
to
can
cover track.
switch to covering. I'll
Yeah,
move to covering
sounds
tracks. She'll stay
smart.
on danger.
Okay, perfect. All right, then in that case, Pip, roll me a. Let me double check to see what that is. I think I think it's actually a penalty to their check rather than you making a check. But while I'm looking that up, Coden, as you guys begin to divert your course, pulling the cart off of the road, beginning to kind of go through the swamp. First things first, your travel speed is now massively delayed. Pulling a cart through a swamp is not fun. The upside is that hopefully you will be out of view if something comes up behind you and comes looking for you. And about 10 or 15 minutes after this incident, you begin to hear and smell danger from the direction of the trap. Specifically, you hear the sound of metal clanking and galloping of those dogs that you've encountered before, the metal dogs. And you smell the burning coal, the smoke that pours up through the trees. You can hear that there's a pack of probably 3 or 4 of them that ran to the point where that trap was destroyed and are investigating it. And now for the important part, let's figure out how cover tracks works.
Yeah.
You don't need to attempt a survival check to cover your tracks, but anyone tracking you must succeed at the survival check against your survival DC. Okay, Pip, what is your survival DC?
Fuck, I don't know. I got a +3 to survival.
Okay, so it's a 13.
Uh-oh.
Would anyone like to be helping with this?
I would love to.
Okay.
So
I
I'm
have-
not good at it.
And
I
I
have a
get,
10.
I
I'll give
get,
him some guidance too.
I get bonuses for helping.
You sure do. So your bonus might be, like, your own DC might be high enough that it is better for you to just do it than to help
Yeah.
with it. So
Yeah, I was
if that's the
gonna
case, you can
jump
do
in
that.
there earlier.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I
You
probably
go
should
ahead.
cover tracks.
For sure, then.
So,
Then in that case, if one of you wants to help the other, you can give me a check, and then that'll boost the other one's DC. And then the
If I-
guidance will also apply here, too. I'm into that.
If I fuck up a help action, it's real bad, though, right?
If you fuck it up by more than 10 or more, yeah.
And the DC is 20?
20. So if you roll a 10 or lower, it's bad.
I'll go ahead and try to help with a +3.
Okay, cool.
I'm going to guidance both of you because I can.
Yep, certainly.
Okay.
okay.
Oof.
Oh.
I might need that guidance.
Might. So guidance is a +1, which turns that into an 8, which is still
okay, so I'm still host.
still a crit failure. So Coden, you take a -1, which cancels that with Gargle's guidance. So you're just rolling a straight. Well, you don't roll anything. What's your survival bonus?
Plus 11.
+11. Okay, so that means we're looking for a DC 21 here.
Hot.
I'm rolling survival.
No, they are rolling survival against
Huh?
your survival DC. So they are looking for a 21.
Can I,
here.
before you reveal the results of that roll, can I put something on the record?
Absolutely.
As the rest of the party keeps moving forward and covering their tracks, I would like to fall a little bit behind the rest of the party and use my ritual reversion and just turn into just a pile of ivy on the ground,
Sure.
an innocuous little pile of plants.
You're willing to let the party go on without you for that?
Yep, for a certain. I mean, if I'll fall, a few
Okay.
100 feet behind them or whatever.
Okay. While I am pulling up their sheet to roll the survival check, you guys know that the situation has changed. If you want to move yourself into a new place, like a void notice or whatever, you can do that. So feel free to reposition your tokens.
We're still on the.
Oh, yeah,
map.
yeah. Let me pull you over.
Importantly, there's a spell I can possibly use that might help us, but it would take probably not. What are monitors?
Monitors, so, PF2 has 9 different types of angels and demons, which I've mostly kind of, re-lored. I believe that monitors are the extreme lawful angels in Galarian.
Okay, so probably not gonna be helpful. Never mind then. I'll probably just take the hide action then.
I think it's more fun if this check is public, so here we go.
Me too. And I would also like to state on the record before the result is revealed that if I can tell, it seems like they are onto us and have spotted us, I will come out of that form and attempt something fully ridiculous.
Okay, excellent. Here we go. They are looking for a 21. They have a plus 11. This is a coin flip. Good luck.
Can I just say that giant metal dogs that destroy nature should be terrible at survival? Just you know.
Totally agree.
It is weird, right?
Yeah. Just like the snipers are extremely nimbly bimbly. When really,
Oh,
they lay down and
no.
shoot things.
Oh, it's the exact DC.
That is the exact.
Damn, it's because I rolled, isn't it? I
It's
see.
literally if I hadn't fucked up the help action.
Oh,
Everyone needs to stop helping each other.
Only help if you know you'll help.
Pip, there is a point where you hear this bizarre clinking galloping. It reminds you a little bit of the men in the heavy metal armor that you met back when your mom was born. But it's faster and it has a different cadence. And you then feel heat and you smell this acrid smoke as you watch a group of 4 of these Imric warhounds begin to follow the lead, kind of following through the wet mud, the tracks that have been left by your cart.
Okay. It's clear that they are on our tracks and our covering has not worked.
They're moving slowly, but they're currently aware of your tracks and they are definitely headed towards your party. Yeah, they seem to know where your party is.
Excuse me.
Hey. Do you come out of your form or are you just talking as a plan?
No, I come out of my form. I'm a little less, So are these people? So let me back up. Are these people?
These are 4. Oh yeah, you weren't part of this session. Okay, yeah. You see 4 creatures about the size of a large dog, like a greyhound or something like that, but they are made entirely of metal. Their torsos are furnaces. They have grates that look into burning, smoldering coals, and there's thick black smoke bellowing out. Their lower jaws are these long, curved blades, almost like hooks. And although they have the shape and the cadence of dogs, they appear to be entirely machine. This cold, emotionless kind of eerily stillness to them when they are not moving.
Okay.
And they pause for a moment, kind of looking down at the tracks, and then they look up and begin to gallop off in the direction that you know your party is waiting a few hundred feet away.
Okay. I think I know the answer to this, but Pip's a fucking idiot. Can I tell if these things, are going to be able to... Are they, intelligent? Would they understand if I tried to talk to them?
That would be difficult for Pip to know, you're right. But I guess you could give me... a crafting check or a society check, maybe? Yeah, crafting or society feel right here.
They're both awful for me, so let's do it.
Yep, crafting or society, cool. The DC for a level 2 creature crafting is 16. They look like weird animals to you. You've learned over the course of your short life that things made of meat can apparently talk, so why wouldn't things made of metal?
Sure. Excuse me.
And you pop out to your form and you call out to these things and you watch as all 4 turn to you. Unless you have an immediate plan, that's probably initiative.
No, man, I was just going to try to explain to them that I just accidentally set their thing off and I didn't know what it was.
Sick. Well, here it's D&D. Let's see what happens. Here we go.
Let's roll.
All right, we'll pull this map. This map looks reasonable.
Oh boy.
Probably gonna have to clear some things off this.
It's dark again.
Yep, let's see. It shouldn't be dark. Here we go.
I can see the image. It's just very, very dark. There we go. Oh, it's rainy. That's why.
So fancy.
Oh, now it's not rainy.
Yeah, it's still kind of midday when all this is happening. You guys are off the road a bit. Pip is kind of just chilling somewhere over here.
Do we pull tokens on roll 20 or is there something else going on here?
Yeah, pull your token on. The rest of the party is several, I think you said a couple hundred feet ahead.
Yeah, I was saying a couple hundred feet behind, yep.
There's water?
There is water.
I'm in it.
Let's see, what was your... Yeah, you were avoiding notice, and you've literally said, yeah, I'll let you be nearby. That's fine. I'm cool with that.
I don't have to be near here, but if there's wherever there's water near me, I'm in it.
That is fair. let's do one of these.
Do I get gripply? I get bonuses for like forest terrain, like this, right?
Ooh, you might. I'm not sure. Do you?
Yeah.
Do you have a feat for that?
The gripply lore shit. I need to look at that.
Yeah, let me know.
Fascinating. You also learned Simoleon.
Figure. Okay. Where is it? Where are all the feet? Oh yeah, in the feats page. Okay.
So, as
Yep.
a quick meta note, I don't. If this turns into like an extended fight, we'll probably sort something out. Because I don't want to make you guys sit here and watch a 7-round fight between Pip and 4 monsters. But we'll play through like the next 6 seconds and see what happens real quick and go from there. Pip.
I'm gonna wrap this shit up real fast. Don't even worry about it.
Okay. I figured you might have something. Pip, give me initiative.
I don't really.
He can't fail. He can't crit fail.
It's true.
Yeah, I have Jungle Strider. I don't know how to like immediately post that, but I have that thing. It makes me fast in the woods and shit.
Sick. Then, yeah, if this turns into an extended thing, that will definitely help you get into the fight faster.
All right.
Alright, Pip, these things turn to you. You watch as the fires inside of their bellies begin to glow hot. They lower their blades into attacking motions and look like they're about to pounce on you. What do you do?
Terrific. Pip is like,
Oh, hey, we just gotta talk about this.
and I will cast a spell.
Okay.
Nope, not that one. Not that one.
Yeah,
Click
sir.
the wrong button.
We just gotta talk about this. You're in despair now.
You cast
How does
this
it make you
spell,
feel?
and Pip is about to learn a very valuable life lesson. These things are completely unaffected by it. They do not listen one bit, even with the help of the magic behind your words.
Terrific.
Yep.
Life lesson learned.
Life lesson learned. Get one
Is
action
there a hide?
left.
Is there a hide action in this game?
There is. You need to have some sort of concealment from the things you're trying to hide from.
Well,
Under the surface water, behind some bushes, anything like that.
where the fuck was I? I was right here.
Yeah, that looks right.
I'll try to just like duck over. Like, oh, I've only got 25 feet. I'm a little guy.
You're a little guy.
There you go. Just kind of try to duck over into this foliage and brush and stuff, and try to get some stealth.
All right, you get right to the edge of the water here. That brings us to the Warhound.
Wait, I gotta take my stealth action, right? Or is that a thing?
So it's 2 actions to cast Calm Emotions and 1 action to run. Unless you have
Oh, right.
Yeah.
God.
If that
I
changes
couldn't
your
have.
plans, let me know.
Presumably, I couldn't have hid where I was, right?
No, you were out in the like you were specifically trying to be seen and talk to them.
Okay, hold on. Let me read really quick.
Yeah, like
let me do some.
What happens if you turn into vines?
That's
Are you
kind of
safe?
what I was just thinking. This is, I think, only 1 action to do this. Oh no, it's a 2. Well,
Tree shape. It says tree shape 2.
it's a tree shape is 2.
It's 2
Okay,
actions.
so yeah, that's 2 actions. Let's see here. I'd like to free action, be angry that the trees didn't tell me they were coming. And then I would like to...
I think this means we just can't trust trees.
Can't trust trees. Never trust trees, I always say.
Drop them all down.
So
Mm.
I do appreciate the reminder. I'd forgotten that you can just... Is that a passive thing that's just always on?
I think so. Let me double check real quick.
Assuming that it's a passive thing that is always on. Yeah, certainly.
Yeah.
The trees have not been able to relay a message to you so far, but the tree standing right next to you says, "Little one, the water, quickly." The little palm
that's
tree right over there?
Good enough for me. I'll jump in the water.
Cool. Okay. That, I believe, is still in reach for a couple of them to come up and try to just, like, nab at you from the edge, so they're gonna do that.
I can try.
Faster
I've got
these
the
things.
most hit points in this party, and that's a real fact.
35, so that one has to spend 2. That one has to spend 2. No reach, no reach. So the last 2 are going to use their third actions to swing at you one. one of them for a 21, which hits.
Yep.
For 12 points of slashing, and then the second one. For 29, just barely missing that crit. For another 6 points of slashing. At this point, it is very obvious to Pip these things will not come into the water to chase you. What do you do?
Okay. If they're not going to come into the water to chase me, that helps me. I need to read like how a summoner works. I don't know what my fucking telepathy range is with Mom, but I think it's only 100 feet. In fact, she's probably gone. I think she disappears if she's over 100 feet from me.
She probably is, yeah. If you stayed behind and she didn't stay with you, she probably needs to be resummoned, which is a free action, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's see here. Well, my last spell didn't work. I don't really want them to chase my friends. Is there some way I can stop them?
We need to blame. I'm gonna blame Grits for this. This is his fault.
The rest of the party, I will jump back to you shortly. I'm going to see what Pip's next turn is, and then we're probably going to figure out how to work
Yeah,
the
sorry.
You're good.
Okay, so could I tell in character what about that spell they were immune to? Is it like they cannot fill a will save? Or?
You are trained, you probably actually an expert in your own spell casting. You understand how your magic works. You know that your magic works because you speak to someone's mind, you appeal to their emotions, and you use extra magic to pour more power into that emotional feeling. These things didn't even seem to, A, recognize the words you were talking, but B, they seem to be emotionless. They're cold. They don't have the ability to feel emotions.
Okay, so anything that has like an emotion tag is not going to work on them.
Right, yep. In fact, anything that appears to them even having a mind probably wouldn't work. It appears that these things are just kind of... they're acting like machines. They don't even seem to be able to make their own decisions.
Got it.
They're totally mindless.
I'll just keep this really simple then. I will step in case they have opportunity attacks, and then I will stride, and then I will hide.
Okay, perfect. Excellent. Go ahead and give me a stealth check.
Actually, let me revert that slightly. Let's probably do about the same thing. I will step in case they have a opportunity attack actually 5 feet away.
Yep.
But then instead of taking a hide action, I will then use my fucking plant thing and just turn it into a pile of just regular plants.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, literally a lily pad kind of forms over here. Cool. Alright, we're going to pull slightly out of initiative here for a second. The rest of the party, Pip announces that he has a plan. And stays behind turns into a little tree.
I thought there were going to be people.
Some time passes, and you hear the barking and the marching stop. You hear some little flares and the sounds of slashing, like attacks happening. And then you hear a splash from way behind you, like the other side of a city block. And then you start to hear just like these mechanical noises, like bells ringing almost, like these things are trying to bark out with these fake metallic voice boxes. What do you guys do?
So, I know that we didn't engage these in combat before. People who are playing tonight, or some of us who are playing tonight.
Some of you have, yeah.
Does that were you informed of any of the combat that we had with them?
So because we've been speed running this campaign, we've missed out on a lot of roleplay opportunities. I think it is very reasonable that as you guys regrouped, you probably talked about, hey, we fought these things and this is what they did. I assume that you guys fill each other.
I'm assuming, I guess my biggest question is, like, they seem to be made of fire.
Oh, absolutely. And that is, in fact,
weak,
how one was
Are they weak to water?
Very, tremendously. Like, nearly
Okay.
instant
Coden
kill.
would say...
All right.
Coden would say that he escaped them by jumping into water as well.
Okay. Is the water connected all the way through up here?
I guess give me a... You know, let's not do a luck check. Let's call this one a survival check.
Can I give you a Kuatoa check?
You sure can.
Isn't that all your checks?
If a luck check would be better for you, I'll let you do that instead. That's not bad. 11 is okay. Unfortunately, there are points where you're going to have to step out and run through some marsh. It is not deep enough to swim all the way through, but it is a marshy environment, so like you can stick to mostly water. It's just not perfectly connected.
Gotcha.
I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
Can Pip fit in my mouth?
Is there a size limit to what can fit in your mouth? Do you have a
I
thing
sure
for
hope
this?
there is.
I mean, I don't know if Pathfinder has a rule for this.
Okay. I didn't know if you had a feature or if you were just asking me as the DM, can I put this creature in my mouth?
Can I put the, yeah.
How tall are you?
I'm about like 4 foot 5 inches.
You're
I
4
think.
foot 5 inches. Pip, how tall are you?
Oh, you said BRB.
He's
Oh,
2'2". He's 2'2".
2'2"? No, you can't fit
No,
Pip in your
damn,
mouth.
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He's small. You could probably fit an alarming amount of him in your mouth, but not all of him.
Can I still Yoshi grab him essentially?
For sure. Yeah. yeah, for sure.
Excellent. Okay. Then I'm gonna. We're not in initiative.
Yeah, so
are we?
we're not. You're not at the battlefield yet. I'm kind of just asking. Like, some time has passed and Pip has not caught up. What is the party's reaction?
Yeah, I want to swim up over there.
You're gonna
And-
go
Yeah,
back to
I
him.
wanna-
Okay. Gargle goes back. What does Bobble do? Do you follow Gargle?
Yeah, I follow him, but with warp step, which I think I can cast freely with something that I forgot what it was.
Yeah, that's a cantrip. Excellent. So you're keeping up pretty quick because that. He's moving quickly because he can swim for a lot of it. Let's see. Gargle hand raise. What's up?
That was that.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll put it down.
Zeke, is that a real hand raise or are you still AFK? He's still AFK.
That was earlier.
Okay, so let's see. Coden and Shred. Do you guys run back to check on Pip or what do you guys do?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So everybody
And
starts
I'm
to
gonna
go
use
back.
this.
For instance, oh hell yeah! Okay, sick. Excellent. As you guys are rushing back, you are able to move. You're slower than everyone else because you're stealthing, but you're hiding remarkably well. And in fact, if you choose, you can help Shred to do the same thing. You can sneak up on these things incredibly effectively.
Yeah.
Let's see. While avoiding notice during exploration, as long as they aren't actively searching or on guard. They are actively searching, but not for you. They're looking in the water. And search is a targeted thing in combat, so that is cool.
I'm just getting back, but what a rad feat.
Yeah, that is really cool. Okay, so now some time passes. 30 or 40 seconds pass. Coden and Shred have kind of snuck up over here to the west. Gargle and Bobble are kind of approaching through the water. You see the scenario, and specifically, here's what you see. 4 of these mechanical dogs looking like nervous dogs at the water, like they're trying to see something in there, but they can't find it. None of you see Pip. But given the body language of these 4 mechanical dogs, it doesn't appear that they've got him. You don't see dead salad everywhere. They have the posture they have the posture of dogs that are still trying to hunt their quarry, not of dogs that have just completed the successful hunt.
I'll also point out, I didn't really do this intentionally, but it's nice now. I did actually show Gargle my ability to turn into a regular plant earlier.
You
so-
did?
Yeah, he did.
Gargle, give me a perception check to see if you recognize the same thing.
I'm looking for 2 red berries on just a random
Love
plant.
it, love it. So yeah, you give me a perception check to look for 2 red berries on a lily pad.
I love it.
This might jump back into encounter, just depending on how you guys plan on dealing with it.
I was hoping to do something before the slower people caught up.
You do probably get there first, and with the 23, boy, let's see. What should
Do you want me to make a stealth check?
Yeah, that seems like a good way to do it.
'Cause I'm actively trying to hide. So
Absolutely, this seems like a wise way to do it.
I'm bad at it.
Or actually, what's your stealth DC? Let's do this the PF2 way. It's his check against your DC.
I got +3, so 13.
So 13. Okay, then yes. Gargle, you spot a lily pad with 2 little beady red eyes that is just like staring up at these dogs who don't seem to be able to tell that it's him.
Presumably some sort of circumstance bonus for just being a plant, but not as high as that.
Certainly, yeah.
I wanted to get here as quickly as possible. I know that like half of the party was being slower. Would I have time to get a spell off?
You get here a little bit of everyone else. Bobble is the closest, and then the other 2 will be a little behind because they're stealthing. But you probably have like a round or so if you want to do a spell. What do you do?
So I'm underwater, and when I'm underwater, I'm concealed.
Correct.
And since I'm also underwater and water breathing, I'm assuming that none of the noise I make, none of the talking I'm casting going to be will leave the water, because that's kind of how sound usually
Yeah,
works
there
from the
would
water.
probably be like very faint burbling and bubbles, but it would be very faint. It would be weird for them to notice.
I spend my turn casting a spell.
Okay, sure. Again, we're going to be a little out of initiative until this maybe turns back into a fight. What spell do you do as you arrive first and see the situation?
I start the magic. All the lights from my beads start being sucked into my mouth as I spend my first turn casting Inner Radiance. And if I spend my next turn doing it, it does a lot more damage
Wild.
and goes way further.
Okay. So this has the potential to just end this. So let's go ahead and advance another 6 seconds. You've charged your spell. You can hear that Bobble is running up behind you. You can see out of the corner of your eye that Shred and Coden are coming around. You fully charge your Inner Radiance Torrent. Go ahead and fire it. It hits all 4 of these. It's a line. It's a 120-foot line.
Yeah, I need a...
It's reflex from all 4 of them.
What's that fucking spell in Elden Ring?
It's called... I have not played, I do not know.
This is fully charged and heightened, which means it does 8d4 damage.
Pretty much Diablo Incinerate.
If this last one's a 13, I'm gonna lose my mind. Oh, thank God.
Close.
All right.
2
So
successes, 2 fails.
That was really satisfying. 45
Jesus.
damage.
Why? That is too much damage. That was 16d4. You get 8d4.
Christ.
I don't know. I just clicked it once. I don't know why I did it so many.
It
is-
was
it
so
is-
many
it
times. That was nice.
Well, it's heightened on top of.
Oh,
yeah,
you also heightened this?
it's heightened. Yeah, this is a signature spell.
Oh my lord.
This is a signature spell that I took
no,
2
it's
turns
always-
casting. Yeah, that's why I was like, I'm gonna go there fucking fast. I'm never gonna be able to use this spell in combat.
Argle. Christ.
So Bubble's probably the only person who sees this as just like this just gigantic beam of light just bursts out of the water going 120 feet all the way through this.
So Bobble sees this most clearly. Everyone sees a solar laser just burst up out of the pond. Flashes through all of these things. This is not even fire damage. This is like force or something.
This is force damage. So have you guys have all seen Legend of Korra? You know the last season with the robot with the giant like spirit beam? That's just
Yeah.
literally what is just coming out. It's just the sound and everything's.
Sick. Then, this beam comes flying out, and with a fully charged up-level hyper beam, you eviscerate and incinerate 2 of these, and the 2 that remain suddenly realize that they're about to be defeated and they're not going to report any information and start to run. At this point, I assume that you guys want to stop these things from running.
Indeed.
Okay. Everybody who's not already in initiative, roll me some initiative, and let's do this in proper turn order now.
Yeah, boy.
And I don't know if you saw the message up there, and I don't know if this is a thing in PF2E. If I had enough time as people are approaching, can I hold summoning mom for when people arrive?
For sure. So, we'll talk about that while we're rolling initiative. So, first of all, just like in 5e, the concept of holding an action is something that only happens in combat. If you're out of combat, you just wait until you roll initiative, and that determines what order things happen in. But we were kind of in turn order here. You have 2 options in combat. You can ready an action. I believe it has to be a 1-action action if you want to ready it. And you spend 1 to ready it, or maybe I'll look up the exact rules. I believe it is 1 to ready it and then a reaction to use it. However, there's another option in PF2 that is much better, where you just delay your entire turn. You pull yourself out of initiative, decide when you want to jump back in, and you jump back in and do your turn.
Gotcha.
The only downside to that is that if you have like dots, they tick immediately when you do it, and obviously you're permanently setting your turn back a little bit.
Right. Okay, cool.
Important thing. I'm also giving off. I'm in a shining state for a minute. I'm glowing with like radiant light, and you can kind of tell Bobble that if you stay next to me, you will get hurt by this.
Oh, I'm assuming everyone else gets healed by it though.
You'd take 1 force damage if you
never
stay
mind.
next to me.
Huh.
At the end of your turn.
Okay.
Cool. Let's do it. Coden, you see that the two surviving warhounds are about to start running kind of southward, down to the southwest, back on the main road. They're still a long way away, but if you want to try to catch up to them, now's your chance.
Yup. Okay. Now my speed is like not enough. I think 25 feet.
So importantly, and I know we're still learning your character, you have prepared in your second level spell slot Longstrider.
Yeah, Longstrider.
Yeah, that is an 8-hour duration. I assume at the start of every adventuring day, you probably just
Yes,
cast that
please.
on yourself. Yeah, feel free to go and hit the cast button, and that should throw up a buff that you can throw on yourself. Your speed is basically permanently boosted by Longstrider, as long as you remember to do that at the start of the day.
Yeah.
So
It'd be great for travel. Yeah.
Oh, it's great. Yeah, it's real good for travel.
All right, spell effect. Let's get it.
Make sure you got the 8-hour version. Awesome. Now your speed is 35.
Oh wait, I need the 8-hour version. Let's remove that. There you go. 35. Now I'm gonna long stride my way down there, which is that increases by 10 feet, right? So 25 to 35.
Yep, exactly. And that is for each step you take.
Joy. It's 35. Oh boy. Okay, this is pretty far. It's 2 actions. How far are they? Probably too far. But let's see.
They're pretty far.
Way too far. 75 feet away. Ugh. Gross. Okay, fine. Fine.
Because I imagine this first turn might just be a lot of running for everybody.
Possibly, yeah.
Not for me.
Okay, well, I also have this thing that I can use. No, I probably should just catch up, because if I cast something from here, it might need to be closer anyways.
Excellent. And you can see as you come into view, as these things are turning around to run, they spot you. One looks like he's like, oh shit, I gotta go a different way. And the other one is like, okay, I guess I have to fight this thing. But that'll happen on their turns.
Let me make sure this is the right spot, in case I'm one space off. Yes, I am. Wait. They're trying to run south, right? They're not going across that bridge.
They were originally going kind of due west, or at least that's what it looked like. And now that they see you, one is diverting kind of south along the swamp, and the other one is coming straight at you.
Okay.
All right.
Cool.
That's 3. Here comes Pip.
Okay. Well, in my silly little plant form, the only action I can take is to not be a plant anymore. So I'll use my first action to sort of turn from this lily pad back into regular Pip floating in the water.
Excellent.
Which does not leave me enough actions left to summon Mom! So, I gotta just act by myself here. Which is really unthinkable.
What would Mom tell me to do?
What would Mom tell me to do? All my spells are emotion-based.
Do you have any weapons?
You and Bobble both. I felt so bad.
It's fine. Everything's fine. I have one that's not. Pip starts to transform back into his normal plant self, and as they do, they're glowing, almost like a flame. Though obviously the plant is not on fire. It must be some sort of spectral flames or something. They start to rise just ever so slightly out of the water, and a sound comes from their grassy, reedy voice box that's just like, ah! And whatever equates to the holy symbol of Ra, I don't know what it is, Pip doesn't know what it is, appears in the air up above Pip as I cast Sign of Conviction. The holy symbol then explodes this burst of energy out towards one of these two doggies.
Oh, that's sick.
Need to make a spell attack roll against one of them.
At the symbol A
How do I do this?
golden fang. So hover over them, press T to target, and then hit that attack button.
I see it now. Sorry, continue your description because I'm curious.
A golden fang pointed downwards towards this thing emerges, and then from either side, almost like wings, a pair of claw marks shred themselves out from the sides of the fang and then towards this thing.
And out of just sheer curiosity, is Ra an evil deity or a good deity, or is it that simple in your world? Or neutral?
They're kind of. This is a long story. He's an evil. We'll go with evil for now. There's a long version of that story, but we'll do it outside of combat.
Right. Okay, great.
Weird. And
so
has the world ever seen Raw? Or are we going in Raw?
There have been minor miracles in recent years. We'll dive into this lore soon.
Okay.
It's the whole thing you guys are doing. But in combat, for now, you guys just see a fang burst out. These claw marks shred over. 26 is a hit. You're fine, Trent. So I'm dramatically oversimplifying. Good and evil is not cut and dry in this world.
Okay.
Yeah. I say evil. What it means is that he's aligned with the lesser sun god. That's all that means.
And that should be evil damage, not fire.
Good, because fire damage would not be great. Evil damage works just fine, because evil damage is effectively alignment damage, and Ra hates these fuckers, so it certainly worked. 10 points, this one drops.
Terrific.
Anything else?
As that thing crumples, Pip is just floating in the air, glowing with this divine energy. They're immobilized, and the holy symbol is just shooting out these bursts of energy every turn.
He's in the Avatar state.
This Warhound, so 1, 2, 3, so 35 stride. Boy, it was going to come fight Coden, but now it is the only one that can relay this message. I think it continues to stride.
Fuck this thing. Catch it.
35 feet, all 3 actions to stride. Gargle.
Huh. Wow. Well, that's far away. Wait, how far away is he from me?
Let's find out. Together, like a family. 135 feet.
Guys, I'm going to just waste more magic, because why not? So I'm going to use a feature called Reach Spell, which extends my reach by 30. And then I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon.
That bumps it up to 150-foot range.
I'm going to put it in front of it.
Cool.
I don't know what Gargle's... It probably is literally just a blob. Like, he just doesn't know what his weapon of choice is, so it's just a blob. A little blob of energy. And it's just going to smack him, I guess. And this is one of my... It should be cast stat. Second level. Is that what I cast it as? Yeah. Okay, cool. There's a 17 hit? I assume not.
17 misses.
Well, that's my turn.
That brings us to Shred. Poor Shred. You guys are running from 200 feet away. But, there is a...
I'll just stride 3 times.
There you go.
Move a little bit faster than I used to. Whee! Okay, there.
All right. We're back to Coden. This thing is trying to run. It's trying to flee.
It could not. Alright, let's see. 40, that's a measuring. I need to move. Let's go. 35. And is that far enough? Can I? I can do a thing.
I think it is.
That's beautiful. Alright,
Get
I
him,
sure hope
get
this
him.
spell does things that I want it to.
Oh, shit. When did you get a water spell? Okay. 5-foot burst, perfect, excellent. Water blast upward, coming out of the ground, rising from a pool, or even manifesting from thin air. They take bludgeoning damage equal to reflex save. Cool. Uh-oh.
Let me just say that I love the specificity of that description. The body can be as small as a pond or a creek, but not as small as a polar bathtub.
Yeah.
Where's this in 5e?
For real. I will say, the more I learn the system, there are some badly written rules, but there are also some well-written rules, and this is one of the good ones.
Well, I hate on some things.
That is some That is a bad reflex save for this thing. He takes full damage, and he takes way more because this is water. Roll that damage.
Become soup.
As this thing, oh my god, that was near max too. As this thing begins galloping away, bolting at the speed of light, knowing that it has to report back, it has to let somebody know what's going on over here. What does it look like? What does it look like when you cast this spell?
He mutters some incantation in his head, and then as he emerges from the bushes like a giant grizzly bear about to attack, he stops, pushes his hand forward, rises him up, and then just this big bubbling spout of water just starts breaking up from between the rocks between its feet and just blasts up.
Oh yeah, this thing, it's crazy. It bursts, this thing just goes flying up in the air. Not as high as you might expect. It's surprisingly heavy, and it kind of jumps up a couple feet, knocked by the water, lands with a heavy thunk, and when it lands, you can see that the fire is just gone. This thing is just, it's a bucket of bolts. It just collapses on the ground and is totally motionless. Every bit of life that it had a second ago is just instantly snuffed out, and it is kind of a wreckage covered in black smoke. And things go quiet once more.
Beautiful. Like bowling ball rolling a Barbie doll into a car wash.
Does Bauble leave me?
Yeah, why not? Considering you're divine, I don't
want to
that
get
right
hurt.
now. Yeah.
After a few moments, the holy symbol above Pip starts to flare out and shine super bright and nearly kind of explodes, and Mom bursts out from it, and I'll resummon her.
Excellent. You guys are able to take a second to regroup, catch your breaths, heal up. You guys have literally 4 people with focus healing spells in this party. This particular arrangement does not need to worry about out-of-combat healing.
Did anyone get hurt other than Pip?
Pip a little bit.
Saying it's just me, right?
Yep.
I can do a little treat wounds
Here,
on my
let me
fail.
do it. I didn't get to do anything else.
Yeah, there you go. Sure.
Okay,
Let me
yeah.
do something.
I'll give you. You want some guidance? Or you just want to do it on
No, fuck off.
Okay. I'm still giving off. No one get close to me.
Oof,
Oh, I gotta stay away from the trees.
that's a big fucking heal.
Ooh, that's a lot of healing. Yeah, I'm maxed out.
Yeah.
Bubble
Hang on,
is
he
kind
was
of
real good, real fast.
Bubble almost kind of, you went that's not pleasant. It's like you stepped out in front of an open oven, right? It's kind of unpleasant watching him do that.
Thanks, Mr. Shreds. I thought that I was going to be able to trick them, but they were just mindless animals.
I don't really think they were animals.
Metal animals.
I think they're ribbits.
Just because something's a robot doesn't mean it's not a robot animal. It's an animal with a robot modifying animal.
Well, what's his genus?
Mr. Shred, you're
Shut
really
up.
good at machines and stuff. Do you know what these things are?
I've fought them before. They're warhounds. They're pieces of work. They can breathe. Was it fire or acid? I don't remember. Probably
Fire.
both. Fire.
In fact, if you want to give me a crafting or a society check, crafting will be a little better here.
Okay.
I probably should have you do this. Well, I shouldn't have. You guys have to do recall knowledge if you want information. But out of combat, 19. You have probably actually encountered and maybe even refurbished one of these things before. They are entirely powered by fire, by coal power. Extremely susceptible to wind and especially water. You know that they have a terrifying slashing jaw. But they like to sink the jaw in and then rip to eviscerate. It's real bad if they can get you pinned long enough to do that. And they also, when they're hit from up close, they like to do a flaming burst to kind of blind and kind of sear people's eyes. And you would know from your time working with them, they're primarily scouts. As dangerous as they are, they can certainly kill someone. Their main job is to track people down and report enemy troop movements. These things would almost certainly have reported you guys running south and sent a larger crew to come get you.
Does he?
Good thing we got him, little guy. So good call. I was turning around there.
Yeah, I'm glad that we didn't let me get away.
That beam of light was something, Gargle, though. I was impressed. Sorry, I was a little grumpy. Just wanting to sink my weapon into something and didn't get to.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to save Pip.
Oh, that's fair. It's probably better than me taking forever to get here anyway.
It was It was kind of fun, though.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
Better than anything I could have done against it. I mean, shit. I can. I've spent my entire life dealing with only living things, and suddenly, I can't. Half the magic I've learned don't work on these things. They don't work on metal. And she like hits it with her staff a little. These things are unholy.
Yeah, I tried to just use some magic to tell them that everything was fine, and they didn't listen.
I promise I'm not going to make you guys fight exclusively robots this whole campaign.
This like blob rolls on the ground to gargle and be like, "Oh, this kind of didn't turn out like I thought it would, though."
Ugh. What's that supposed to be? Your
It's
friend?
supposed to be a magic weapon or a spiritual weapon, a weapon made of spirits, but it kind of just turned into a blob.
Blob ain't gonna hurt anyone.
I know that's the point.
Ugh.
It's
Listen.
okay. I still love it.
All right,
Carry on.
with the threat dealt with, do you guys go back to the main road, or do you continue to move kind of slowly towards the shack? What is your plan from here on out?
Do we need like backtrack to get back there?
A little bit, maybe 10, 20 minutes or so. These things
What should-
caught up to
I
you
think-
very fast.
What do
think
you want to do with those bodies?
I think I would leave both of those decisions up to Shred in terms of like, does he think that if there are, these hounds here, does it mean that there are probably also people nearby that would have been like closely following them, waiting for an update? Or is it just like these things patrol sort of issue?
With a 19 on the crafting check, you would know a few things that might inform this. You would know that these things don't have like the ability to communicate at long range. It's not like they have like, a sending spell built in or anything like that. So there probably would be people they report back to, and they probably wouldn't be super, super far away. But it's hard to say for sure.
I have something that.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No,
go ahead.
No, I got nothing. You go ahead.
I have something that might help us. I can peer into the future and see if going back's a good way, or forward, or something.
That sounds like a good idea to me.
I mean, it's more just like a good bad, but like it's like a vibe you feel. I have augury. I can use augury to split, see which way is better for us to go.
I like it. Let's augur this motherfucker.
Yeah.
So do we want to try backtracking or keep going which way we're going? And
Seems
then
like
I can ask.
staying on the road would be ideal if it's safe.
All right. So it's pretty much. I'm just going to ask. I'm going to see if it's a good idea to stay on the road.
Yeah,
All right. It's going to take 10 minutes to cast a spell. By the way, it's the big
that's
deal.
fine. I think it took Shred 10 minutes to patch me up. I know he used a focus spell, but either way.
Yeah. I can
also
charge
do
it
it.
while
I
you're
can also-
doing that. So
Yeah. All right. Then I will go ahead and cast augury and see if it's a good idea to stay on the road.
As the spell goes off, let's see here. How's this different? So wheel woe, same as before. 30-minute limit, cool. Notably, this does clarify that it is not just your course of action, but the results must happen within 30 minutes. Very nice, well done. GM specifies the outcomes. Okay, so it's instead of having a chance of failure on repeated ones, it is just always a flat check of failure.
Yeah, I hate that. I hate it a lot.
Interesting.
That's why I never done. I thought about taking this spell, but I don't like that it's always 25% wrong.
So
I was just running out of spells to take for level 2. So.
Upside.
Yeah, no, I feel you.
Thankfully, it is not 25% random. It is 25% for nothing. So there's a little bit of a catch there, but... okay.
But what does it mean?
What does it mean? Do you see that?
It's just the dice.
We see
roll
question marks, yeah.
Sick. Wild.
I liked it. Describe it to me. Describe it to me.
As you finish casting your spell, you receive a vision of a pleasant little pathway that kind of emerges from the jungle and looks out over a beautiful kind of turquoise green ocean. The waves are kind of lapping up on the shore, and you can see that there is an idyllic, quaint little cottage that seems to greet your eyes, and you can smell fresh baked bread coming from it. This seems like an overwhelmingly positive idea to get back on the road and get there as quickly as you can.
I This is the first time I've ever done this spell, but I saw like a really pretty walkway, and there was like those good smelling bread. So I think we should take the path.
What's bread?
It's
I guess it's like, I don't know.
Any
Seeds.
chance that that's food made out of my people or anything?
It's actually food made out of the babies of your people.
I'm just kidding. Sorry. Carry on.
Pip, I feel like Pip would find it funny. Like, haha, you used to be a plant, and now you're just bread.
Wait until he learns what waffles are.
Also accurate.
Oh,
He's
no.
carrying around a torture and cannibalism device.
Not even just that. It's like these are babies you're going to be killing to eat. These are
really-
seeds.
I really hope it's one of those waffle irons that make the funny shapes, like a chicken, a little barn house.
Right.
It's just a picture
Makes
of
a
Pip's
joke
face
out
on
of
it.
It's the holy symbol. That's cute.
Oh,
Pip
that's cute.
recognizes a distinction between a plant and a living plant like him. He just wishes all plants could be living like him, but they aren't.
Yeah. So we should probably start heading out.
All
Yeah,
right.
let's roll back to the road, I think.
You guys roll back to the road, and some time passes, and thankfully, the rest of your trip is uneventful. And as the sun is setting, you kind of see the outcome of your premonition. Gargle, you all emerge from a jungle tree line, and you can see waves lapping up on the shore. It is a little different from your vision, though, because the first thing that catches your mind, or catches your eye, is the beach is littered with debris. The debris of shipwrecks. It reminds you a lot, actually, of when you guys first met the shipwreck survivors on the beach up to the north. There is rope strewn about. There are sails and canvas kind of strewn about. Pieces of driftwood, of shipwrecks, of naval battles that are starting to wash up on the shore, kind of marring this otherwise pristine beach. However, there are a couple of other things that you see after that. The first, the next thing that you see, is what could be called a house, but it seems to be cobbled together out of repurposed shipwreck wood and driftwood, and very, very large seashells. Let me just pull you over to this map.
I was hoping it was going to be a gingerbread house, and you would just go to Hansel and Gretel real quick.
Oh, God.
Maybe like Paula Deen us. Just Paula Deen living on the beach.
Let's get
Conan and I
Paladin.
could just eat the whole house, though.
Yeah.
And the next thing that you notice is that, even though it's not displayed here on the beach, all of this debris along this beach here is, it seems almost to be like skittering or moving at first, but when you look more closely, you see that it is actually a gaggle, a swarm, a horde, an army of hermit crabs that are moving the debris around and sorting it into piles. They've moved all the rope into a pile. They've moved the driftwood into a pile. There's a team of like 80 crabs that are working together, like the old like grade school gym exercise, to fold one of the canvases up and kind of pile it up into a neat little pile.
Huh. Have I
Yes,
seen
yes.
these before?
Hermit crabs? Oh yeah, for sure.
But I haven't seen hermit crabs that organize debris.
Give me a nature check.
Oh, I'm not that good at this.
Oh. That Pip doesn't know. I'm good at nature, but I don't know hermit crabs.
Never before. In fact, hermits, they tend to be reclusive. They're not terribly... So I'm about to say some shit that might not be true. I'm guessing. Maybe hermit crabs are very social in real life. It is my assumption that hermit crabs are probably named like that because they're reclusive. If somebody knows more about hermit crabs, let me know. I assume that
Surely it's just because they
Pretty
live
social.
inside
I
of their
think
shells.
it's better to keep two of them than just
Are they
one.
social? I'm gonna go look. I don't want to misinform our viewers. Let's go find out.
My old roommate had hermit crabs, and she kept a few of them. But then eventually they ate each other. But like,
Also, it's really cool. Hermit crabs in the wild, they'll line up into like a big Congo line where they go and exchange cells with each other,
Huh.
so they can all fit into one.
Hell yeah, they're super social. Groups of 100 or
100
more.
or more. That's crazy.
I'm glad I looked, because I was wildly wrong. Turns out hermit crabs, incredibly social animals. Oh yeah, you have to do that as a DM. You would be aware that, yeah, absolutely, hermit crabs do tend to stay in large groups like this. This is still, by far, the largest you've ever seen. There's probably 1,000 hermit crabs out there. And it is weird to see them, like, hermit crabs aren't normally intelligent. It's weird to see them, foraging, like, all of them picking the meat off a carcass would be one thing, but these are, like, making educated decisions about, like, oh, this is a cut 2x4 versus this is broken driftwood. Like, they're coiling rope up into a coil. Like, these are not natural hermit crabs. No.
They're probably charmed, if I had to guess.
Do you guys think this is where Shanty Sandy lives, and maybe she can talk to hermit crabs?
Or maybe she's made out of hermit crabs.
Maybe.
Hey, Kefek, can you give me, because I am an idiot and so is Pip, a quick, recap of what our mission is here as Mom would have told it to Pip?
Absolutely. Mom explains, you guys, specifically the people who went into the vineyard, they recovered something very important, which is this. It is the Ark. And presumably some of you have been carrying this, or it's probably in the cart actually with Jackspin. This Ark is called the Vessel. It is very important. It contains, she would call it the Heart of Ra. This needs to be taken to a faraway place called Mount Avalon, where you guys need to finish a ritual. But in order to get to that faraway place, you have to make it past some bad guys on the water, and nobody knows how to do it. Except maybe Shanty Sandy might be able to sneak you past. So you guys are going to Shanty Sandy's to ask her if she can help sneak you past the enemies through the water.
Okay, got it.
And then once we raise this to a daemon or a deity, it will save us all?
That is the plan. And again, if you guys feel like doing literal actual homework in Party Loot, there is the holy text of Ra, which explains in detail kind of the plan. It explains why people think that Ra is necessary. It explains the steps needed to complete this ritual. The short version of the story is that it is a presumed god of monsters and the godless, who will defend the people that are currently being literally genocided and oppressed by these two military forces, one from the inside, one from the outside, and kind of help them reclaim what has been taken from them, and potentially end the war, or at the very least let them hold their own territory.
And my high priest friend conferred with this. This is what I need to do?
Your high priest friend...
Because I saved him at the end of my first session.
You did. He's with you, unless you left him at the boat, which is probably a little safer. It's up to
I don't know. I don't know how I even got to where I am now.
That's fair. We'll sort that out between sessions. But at the very least, he would explain to you that what you're doing is an important part of this step.
Okay.
You already did your lore check to see how much they were willing to tell you in the past, right? So now it's like if he's willing to give you information.
Yeah, I forget what I rolled.
You know what? Give me a diplomacy check to see if he... Give me a diplomacy check to see what he's willing to tell you now. My
bad.
Beloved chosen one, I know that you will not falter. I know that I can trust you and that all of your people can trust you. But there is a lesson that you must first learn before we can tell you the entire truth. Trust me when I say we don't keep secrets because it brings us pleasure, nor do we keep secrets from you because we wish to bring you harm. The things that we keep secret from you must remain secret for a time. They will be revealed to you in due time. You will learn the truth before you execute it.
I'm 100% dying at this thing, guys.
At the very least, I can tell you, Ra is our ally. His purposes align with our own. If we were to help birth him, we might not have to put to rest so many wayward and angry souls. The war could stop and our people could rest.
Am I going to give him all my sympathy?
You know that we are not allowed to raise ourselves as gods. At some point, you would have to give your sympathy to someone or something.
Oof.
I'm okay with that.
Brother Cargill, we will be with you at every step in this. We would not leave your side for anything in the world. No matter what happens, I will be at your side.
Now run along, I'm staying on this ship. No.
That's up to you.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, if he wants to follow me around, he can. At the same time, like, everyone else has died.
Like, he would absolutely feel more comfortable accompanying you. And in fact, he insists. Yeah, he insists. Knowing that you guys are planning on traveling past the blockade and that he might not be able to follow, he insists on being with you. So he's with you. We'll leave him out of combat for now, but you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's what you know.
Cool.
So we just like go in there and talk to her or something? Do I see a person about?
Give me a perception check.
I think I get some sort of bonus to that as me and Mom both looking. I'm gonna assume it's built in.
Stand on her head. You can get a better
I'm
view.
just gonna assume it's built in on its own.
Seventeen's pretty good. Let me see. Oh yeah, that's appropriate. Let's see. Okay, as you are looking down towards the beach and all these crabs in the shipwreck, I want you to slowly, in your mind's eye, fade in the 70s porn jazz music.
It's already happening.
The sun is setting over the horizon. Gold is glinting off of the waves. There's a crash on the surf. And you see a shape begin to emerge from the water, like somebody is swimming towards the shore and beginning to step up. You all know the scene in every movie where the hot woman emerges from the ocean and begins to walk back towards the shore.
We do.
With horror, you see that below a rather intricate, curved pair of ram's horns, there is silvery, curly hair that clings tightly to a wrinkled old face. You watch as a woman who cannot be any younger than 80 years old emerges, wearing enough to cover herself modestly. But she squints against the sunlight for a second until she reaches down and pulls out a pair of thick, rimmed, round spectacles that she has to put on over her eyes. And as she begins to step up, you can see that her lower half is a sopping wet pair of satyr legs. You watch as a very elderly female faun or satyr emerges from the beach, doing the like hair flip back thing, the whole deal.
Does she have like shellfish or like starfish on her boobs?
No, she's just wearing kind of a bathing
Hermit
suit
crabs?
of some sort.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, does she recognize Bobble?
Why would you recognize Bobble?
It's just two old ladies. I assume that they like.
Not all old peoples know each other.
I know, but it'd be so funny if she's like, "Bobble, is that you?"
And as she kind of scans the jungle and kind of starts to dry her hair off, she looks over and sees you guys, and very quickly. She kind of lowers a hand down towards the water and summons up a rush of water that carries her right up into your face. As she approaches, you can see that in her short stature, she's still taller than like three of you, but much shorter than Shred and Coden. She's only maybe, I don't know, 5'1", 5'2", and she looks up and says, "What do you want?"
Safe travel through the cade.
We've got a box that we need to get across the ocean, and we need you to take us, please.
It's you! Of course, of course. Come on in, come on in, come on in. Come with me, come with me.
All right, I'm going to be that person.
Gonna follow her?
Could I sense this person's motives?
Sure, give me a reception check.
I'm gonna try getting within 10 feet of her to see if I pick up anything with my...
Certainly, easy. Nothing registers with your spirit sense. 24, eccentric for sure. Excitement, actually. You can sense that, like she's been kind of waiting a long time for this, and she's suddenly very excited. And the reason for it becomes clear because after like 20 or 30 steps, she turns on, "You brought the truffles, right?"
We've got the truffles, yeah.
Oh, bless me, bless me.
Yeah.
You guys are all new. I don't recognize any of you.
You're welcome, guys. Black truffle.
Hold on, are they... is my party lying about truffles? Are there truffles involved with
There are
this?
truffles in the party loot. Go look.
Oh.
There is. I put them in
Okay.
specifically because it seemed cryptic and I knew Feck was playing games.
You mean the note to the cultist that
need
said,
the
"Hey, if you go
mushrooms."
see Shanty Sandy, make sure to take truffles."
Yeah.
Yeah, but everybody's like, oh,
Dick! What could it
gods and
mean?
blah, 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 blah. But I'm like, those mushrooms, important.
Pip stays out front to play in the plants in the garden.
Yeah, and she actually stays out front too. She kind of like hangs her towel up to dry, and she starts to, please, pull up a chair, pull up a chair. I'm so sorry. This place is a wreck. It's been busy. The seas have been, well, I mean, you know how it goes. They've been littered for months now. It's a lot of work to clean it all up. I've been just trapped down here. Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm rambling. The truffles. Yes, if we get the truffles, I can get started on the pies, and we can relax for the night. You're all new. I've never met any of you. Where are the usual people?
Who were the usual people?
Well, there was one with red hair. It's not important. I don't remember their names anyway.
One of them is a grape now. His name was Ray. He's that grape now.
Wait, Ray's a grape now?
He's a grape now.
Oh. Did I do that?
Did you?
I don't know. I don't think so. Did you?
No, of course not. Why would I do that?
Is that a thing you do sometimes?
Grapes? No, not normally grapes. Grapes is unusual for me.
Hermit crabs?
Hermit crabs, do you want to be a hermit crab?
No.
Cool.
Pippa's gonna ask the plants in the garden if Shanty Sandy turns people into grapes or hermit crabs.
One of the cabbage is like, no, not the whole, not all of them. No, just parts of them. Like, sometimes their feet.
Oh, so she does turn people parts into plants.
She just turns kind of like their feet into fins, mostly, so they can swim better.
Oh, okay. That seems fine.
I thought you meant she turned feet into hermit crabs.
So did I.
was so confused
I
how
was
she was
like,
gonna do that.
that's pretty terrifying, actually. This woman's crazy.
I interpreted that in some like fucking secret garden way, like she was burying body parts underground and growing plants out of the earth.
Oh, she does that too. She takes the dead fish and she puts them under our reach so we can eat them.
That's fine.
Sugar life, you know. She is going to take the truffles. Kevin! And she just like starts calling out to the ocean. Damn it, Kevin, where'd you go? And after several minutes, you see a little hermit crab scuttle his way up onto the sand, followed by about 90 or so more hermit crabs a few minutes behind. And they all come up here. Kevin, could you be a dear and get a pie started for me? Thank you. Here you go. Here you go, Kevin. And one for Kevin. There's one for you. There you go, Kevin. Cool. And you watch.
Are they all Kevin?
This group, yes. This cluster is all Kevin.
Okay.
And like I said, I'm not great at names. Frankly, I wouldn't even be able to remember Kevin if it wasn't, well, old Kevin's name. Rest his soul. And she like does a little symbol.
You turn one of your husbands into an assistant creature too?
No, I didn't do it. The widower got him.
Ah.
The widower.
Yeah, you know. It was a big deal like 4 or 5 years ago. This big old bear came through and got everyone's husbands.
Okay.
Well, I'd heard about that from another unfortunate soul.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. It was an epidemic. Honestly, it's a big problem. Frankly, and I know this is going to sound like I'm just making shit up because, like, you know, I need favors from you and you need favors from me. But if you guys are looking for passage across the sea, you might have to go deal with the widower.
I think it...
Well, I don't think any of them are married, so I'm not sure if it'll bother us.
Well, not anymore.
Well, listen, it's not about the husbands are all dead. It's too late, right? Kevin, rest his soul. He's in the deep blue now, and I'll see him when I go to be with Jib at the end of all days. But what we need in the meantime is a bunch of slug eggs so that Guppy can take you across the sea. That was the deal, right? Did they teach you anything about this deal? You guys are with the cult, right?
Newly with the cult, yeah.
I see. I understand. How are things, by the way?
Oh, they're going.
Probably bad, honestly.
Probably bad?
Probably.
I heard the city got sacked.
There was like these weird robot dogs.
Oh, those things are fucking gross. They, tell you what puts them in their place real quick, though. And
Water?
she lifts up her hand and just, like, splashes a big old globule of water. Wild that they would put so much time and effort into making something that you can just snuff out with a little glob of water.
What do they do when it rains?
I think they are covered from the top, but, you know.
Okay.
So where's this widower at?
Alright. You guys have a map?
Probably.
Yep, somewhere.
Alright.
Well, not that one.
So weird. You guys just showed up. I don't want to be inhospitable. I know I'm old and cranky, but I can at least pretend to have an aura of, like, hospitality.
Oh, you're you're a bit better than me in that regard, then. Bobble just lies back on the nearest chair and starts sleeping.
Listen, Jaeger, I don't know why you had to go ahead and blow that art up for all of us.
I had to.
Kevin.
Jesus Christ.
She sets out a couple of little backgammon boards and probably one of those Cracker Barrel triangle peg games for somebody. Let me go help Kevin finish up this pie, and when the pie is done, I'll teach you about everything the cult was supposed to, or at least what I remember of it. I'm not with the cult, by the way. I just, our interests are aligned. Seems to be a common thread these days. Anyway, don't destroy anything.
I'm gonna go soak in the ocean for a bit.
Delightful.
Just kind of like keep my head out. That way I can kind of appear when she comes back.
Perfect.
Come back over.
It's up to you whether you find this pleasant or disturbing. There's an incredibly high density of wildlife in the ocean here. There are fish and crabs and snakes and eels, starfish, everywhere. They're everywhere, and they give you a little bit of a berth. But like, it's wild how populated this little cove is.
I love it.
And give me a perception check.
Wow, my second natural one today.
I love this. This is so much fun. As you are just kind of chilling out in the water and like your sense is almost overwhelmed with the fish equivalent of walking on the streets of New York for the first time and just adjusting to the sheer density of things and people around you. You are caught completely off guard when you feel the tide pulled out from under you, almost like somebody lifting a rug. And you turn and watch as something blots out the sun. And you hear a as this enormous creature beaches itself right next to you.
Whoa!
It's a god. No, we don't do that anymore. Okay, I'm gonna go over and I'm gonna. Oh my god, he's gonna dry out. I'm gonna just keep casting create water on him. Which what he does is he just creates a tiny little rain cloud and it just starts raining.
Excellent. This sad, mopey creature kind of like throws itself up here, and it's like whining the whole time.
What's wrong? What's going on?
Uh,
I unfortunately didn't take the thing where I can speak to aquatic animals.
Sandy, you've got a guest. You've got a guest.
Oh,
I think.
that's just Guppy. Don't mind him. It's dinner time, and he won't leave me alone until I get him something. This is what we need the slug eggs for. It's been tight the past couple of weeks.
Is that why all these animals are here?
Well, some of them are here because they're just friends with me, but, they're hungry. They're hungry, too. Most of them are here because their homes have been destroyed.
Can I be friends with them?
You can try. Guppy doesn't... He's food motivated, so unless you've got food for him, it's going to be tough.
You should try growing these slug eggs on your back. It makes it a lot more convenient.
I'd love to, except the slugs that make them, they're technically not slugs, it's just mushrooms that look...
And I just turn around and show her my getup.
Oh, that does actually seem pretty convenient.
Yeah.
We're going to need about 40 of them. How fast can you make 40 baseball-sized eggs?
Well,
Eggs.
do I have anything for that? Probably not.
Probably not, no.
Whatever. You can get a terrarium started at some point or whatever. Better to be self-sustaining.
Can I hug the whale?
Yeah, you can hug the whale. He just sits there. He lets you. He can't do anything. And for the record, what's up here?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, gotcha. I thought I heard you jump in there.
I was just gonna say, like, I could summon a plantar fungus, but it would be pretty awful because this thing is like kind of alive and it would be eating that. So I was gonna discard that plan.
I do love the thought of summoning things as food.
Oh,
There's a joke of that. Lost Show of Imaginary Friends, I think. We need to play that.
Yeah, with all the talk of eating fungus, Stinky's kind of just hanging out on Codent's shoulder and like hiding into his neck a little bit.
Some time passes as you guys kind of try to keep Guppy occupied as he sits there like an old dog begging for scraps at the table. He knows it's almost dinner time. And eventually, Shanty Sandy comes back out with a truffle pie that she has cut up into servings for each of you. And a second truffle pie, which she takes over to the edge and says, "Here you go. Yeah, roll over. Roll over." And he watches Guppy like, if an animal could roll its eyes, it would. But it sits here and like does the slowest little roll across the beach and then opens its mouth and she tosses the pie down. Go on, get. So anyway,
Can I,
go ahead, yeah.
with a herbalism archetype, tell if these truffles are even like good to eat? Is this poison?
Sure, yeah, go ahead. And yeah,
It's
yeah,
like a
absolutely.
nature check?
Yeah, nature, or if you have like a, you could give me your crafting since your crafting is specifically herbalism.
My crafting is nature.
Yep. Oh yeah, that's right. You just use nature for that anyway. Yeah, super healthy, normal. They're very delicious. In fact, they're pretty expensive. It's the sort of thing that requires a lot of very delicate and careful horticulture to maintain, or I guess it would be mycoculture. In other words, it's not the sort of thing that is easy to find in the wild. It's something that has to be very cautiously cultivated and grown, but they're delicious, and and it is delicious.
Pip will take a slice and on a plate walk it over to Mom and set it down in front of her and say, "This is really good. If you want some of it, I'm going to get some sun and water."
Thank you, dear. I'll try some.
Don't touch the ocean.
Don't go too far. I believe everything here is friendly, but the currents, the ocean itself is not always friendly.
I'm just going to play with these other plants over here.
Oh, of course. Say hi to your friends.
And he just lays down in the midst of the garden and plants some roots down a little bit and gets some sun and sustenance while everyone else is eating.
Hell yeah. As everybody kind of settles in and starts to split some of this pie, and she'll bring out some hard liquor to go with it, probably some sort of rum.
Heck yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She's like, "All right, show me this map." And she kind of takes your map and unfurls it and starts to grab a piece of chalk and scribble all over it. Let's see. I'm making a deadline. By next week, I need to find a proper way to show you guys images.
You won't.
Jaeger clearly knows how to do it.
That's true. I guess I could just post it in chat. That makes a lot of sense. I should do that.
Can you, instead of putting an X on the map, can you just put that picture of her on the map?
Probably could.
She's kind of making an X with her arms and her horns. And she seems like that person who would just draw a picture of herself instead.
Yeah.
No, wait. Okay, paste. Does paste work?
Kill
Paste
husband
works.
bear.
Kill husband bear. There we go. All right. She modifies your map and draws some things along the bottom there. So, first things first. Guppy is going to swim you under the ocean across the Gulf to the other side. It's the safest way that I know how to do. Guppy's very reliable. He's done this plenty of times. He's a sweetheart as long as we keep him fed. If we don't keep him fed, he'll digest you. That's what we got to avoid. So, step one, we got to go get some slug eggs. About 40 of them will do. They'll keep him fed long enough for him to take you over there. Slug eggs come from a slug farm. And again, I say slug. It's really a weird kind of mushroom that looks like a slug. Don't overthink it. It's not a big deal. They're harmless as long as you don't get anywhere near them, touch them, or aggravate them in any way. The bigger problem... Or what?
How are we supposed to get them if we can't get near them?
Oh, they're slow, and more importantly, they've been scared off because the cave they live in has recently been commandeered by the widower, the husband bear.
So they're mushrooms, but they move.
Correct, they do. Very slowly, which is why we've nicknamed them slug.
Right.
It's like a carpet almost, a slug-like carpet of mushroom that lays eggs.
Plants can sometimes move if their moms make them able to.
True, this one's got it.
Thanks, Pip.
So
You're welcome.
here's the deal with the widower bear. I don't like going around killing animals. Nobody does. Animals deserve to live. Animals are people too. Husband Bear used to live farther out west, till these Imric bastards came down, burned down the forest, and he was forced east. And worst, now he's got a vengeance, you know? He's got a vengeance for husbands, I guess. I don't really... He's a bear. Bears are people, and people aren't always smart. And this bear is, frankly, he's not the sharpest tool in the shed. We went out there with the team to try to talk to him and explain that we're good and the Imrics are bad, but the ideas of morality are very difficult even for a normal person, let alone a less than intelligent than average bear. He killed 2 or 3 people, including Wilma. So anyway, we gotta put this bear down.
I've been meaning to get revenge on this thing. I mean, when I got around to it. I don't know.
Well, and she pulls out of her pocket a little round circle that has the word "to it" on it. Today's your lucky day, friend.
Hell yeah. You want to tie a bandana around my head and give me like a fake scar?
We can do that if you want, but you're probably going to pick up a real scar while you're out here. I cannot emphasize enough. This thing's mean. I've seen some ornery critters in my time, but whatever semblance of life was in him at any point, it's gone now. We just got to put it out of its misery, I think.
All right. Well,
Is it like a magic bear?
Oh, it's a
can I
bear.
recall what I've seen about husband?
Certainly.
The day
Certainly.
husband bear came to town.
Yeah, give me a nature check.
Okay. Nature.
I guess. Yeah, it's okay. Cool. I dig it. It was a big fucking bear. There really is not like a whole lot more to it than that. It's just an enormous bear. You'll know it when you see it. You've seen some big bears. This was a big bear. It was probably like 15 feet long, tall enough to like easily stand up on its hind legs and look over a little shack like this. Yeah, big fucking bear.
It's a big fucking bear.
It was just a large ass bear. I don't think there's anything special about him. just came in, ate my husband whole, ate my daughter's husband whole, probably came here to eat your husband whole.
Yeah. It was painless, at least, except for all the, mauling and tearing and bleeding out.
Yeah, there's a lot of screaming, but I could honestly take it or leave it.
From the garden, laying on their back, still roots kind of in the ground, without even like looking in their direction. Pip is like,
Is getting these eggs or killing this bear in any way required to take us across with this box to the other side of the ocean, or is this just like a favor you're asking us to do in exchange for your services? Because what we are wanting to do is really, really important, and maybe you could just help us for free.
Give me a diplomacy check or intimidation if you feel like it.
no, it's diplomacy, and the difficulty class is reduced by 2.
It is reduced by 2, which is great.
And yeah, outrageous requests.
Amazing.
God.
She throws her hands up in kind of like a "you got me" pose, right? But she does like, so, alright, listen, there's a little more to it. Give me a second and I'll explain. But you're not wrong. This is kind of a little bit of a personal thing. But there is some truth to it. I'm not just fucking with you. We really do need those eggs. Sooner or later. Guppy's a big boy, and if he's going to keep working with me, I've promised him to get him more of these eggs. And until we clear that cave out or find a whole new cave full of slug eggs, I don't think we can get Guppy to cooperate. We could try to find some other way to sneak you under the ocean or whatever, but this is the best plan I've got. More importantly, though, these slug eggs are not the only thing we need. The slug eggs are just kind of conveniently along the way, because further out west, after you get the slug eggs, or before, I don't give 2 rats' asses, maybe 1, there's a little village full of spirits that you need to go to, and you need to give them another one of these pies. I didn't just ask for the truffles for myself either, but I did ask for some of them for myself. You see, you understand how I work? I do some things for the greater good, and then I get a truffle pie for myself. Take one of these truffle pies to the spirits. That'll make them appreciate you and realize that you've given them a service, and then ask them for 3 clear lung shards, because if you don't have those, you're going to drown to death, and that's not pleasant.
The spirits?
The spirits, yes. You give the spirits the pie, you ask the spirits, hey, we gave you a pie, can you give us 3 clear lung shards?
3 shards each, or 3 shards for the lot of us?
Just 3 shards for the lot of you should do. Technically, you really only need 1, but if something happens to that 1 and you guys are at the bottom of the ocean, it's not going to be pretty. Let me tell you, I won't have to feed Guppy for a while.
So Guppy is our ride.
Guppy's your ride.
And Guppy won't go if he doesn't get any eggies.
Correct. Guppy won't go if he doesn't get any eggies.
Okay.
Also,
I love Pip.
fun fact, guys, I have a feat, an archetype feat that will exactly help us with this.
What you got? I'm curious.
Graves' voice. I can request things of incorporeal creatures like spirits.
Oh, I should clarify. When I say spirits, these aren't like ghost spirits. These are elemental spirits. They're hard as...
Oh.
And she like knocks on the wooden table. Cute little fellas. Don't trust them too much. They can be tricky, but they're friendly-ish if you bring them a pie.
We should probably have Pip do the talking then.
I'm
where is
very
she?
good at talking to people.
He's a-
People tend to be okay with the things that I say.
Yeah, but if there's any actual spirits, I can talk to them.
This-
Beck, put her token back. I need to see
Oh
her.
shit!
She's not here.
Where'd she go? Hang on. Oh, there she is.
She went inside the house.
She came back out. I need
I
to
forgot
see her.
to
There
make her
she-
visible when she fed Guppy.
Oh, why does she like fade in? That made it worse.
When she was standing there.
Ugh. Over the course of this lunch,
God.
Pip has gotten enough sunlight, and he goes and picks up Mom's plate and takes it back to the table, and then sets it back up on the table.
That was actually
Just
very
thank you
good.
for the pie.
She will probably skitter up to the roof and kind of just like chill on the roof for a little bit, but she's watching over you from up there, making sure that you don't get into too much trouble with your new cabbage friends.
As always.
Now, you guys are welcome to stay here overnight. It's a pretty quiet place. I've had a couple of run-ins with the Azants, but they've learned not to fuck with me because, well, Guppy's a big old boy.
What's a Azant?
It's the people you guys are trying to sneak past. The ones with all the ships, the ones that keep littering my ocean. And she, looks up to the beach to all the shipwreck stuff out there. This
My
damn
mom
war.
told me that. I forgot.
What these people don't realize is that nature is it's a house of cards. They keep just throwing things at it, and eventually it's going to tumble, and then this place won't be good for any of us. Be nothing left to fight for. But that's not my problem. I'll be dead long before then. That's your problem. So, and she kind of pats the table. You guys can stay the night outside. You're not sleeping in my house. And then in the morning, you can scoot on off, take care of that husband bear, get the eggs, take the truffle pie over to the spirits, ask them for the wind lung shards. Clear lung shards? I forget. They'll know what you're talking about. Bring them back here, and Guppy will send you on your way.
Do we need to breathe water inside of him?
Oh yeah, certainly. He doesn't have a
Then
lung.
how are we going to get over there with him?
You'll be inside of him with the clear lung shards that let you breathe.
Okay, I missed it.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
I could just make you breathe for a short time, but it wouldn't last long enough. It'd only last for a day, and this trip is going to take too long. You guys would get about halfway through the ocean, and then you'd drown to death.
I wouldn't drown.
I don't breathe anyway.
I can breathe water.
Do any of you breathe water? If none of you guys breathe water, then we can skip this whole thing, and he can just take you.
Well,
No,
we've got
I-
some friends that are standing over in the forest over there really weird for some reason. And they breathe. One of them is a mouse with an eye in the middle of his forehead that only comes out while he's sleeping. He's pregnant. One of them is a demon man with a skull for a face. He's kind of like my mom.
You're real new to all this, ain't you? Who's he belong to? And he kind of looks around. Is this yours?
I just point up at that.
That's my
Her
mom
roof.
up there on the roof.
Wait, that's... Okay, not... And she, points to you, Code, and kind of reckon you're a druid. That's not yours?
No.
No,
This one's mine.
That one's... Oh, that one's
Stinky
real
is-
sweet. What's that one's name?
We call him Stinky.
Oh,
Poor
that's a
little guy.
good Stinky. He'd make a good pie when he's dead.
I've got my own.
No, he
and
wouldn't.
I've got my own, and then I just extend Grits out on one hand. He's got his boots, and he does a little bow.
Oh, that isn't the grossest thing I've ever seen.
I know.
That would not make a good pie.
Yeah. Oh, you tried cattle hearts before? That's pretty good. Well, frog hearts probably ain't.
Ugh.
Anyway.
Only good part of a frog is the legs, if you ask me, and even them, not too great.
Yeah.
I like
You
it with
make
a
'em-
lot of butter, deep fried.
Well, yeah, we had to use some of the corpses of the kids that didn't make it for something. Anyway.
Wait, you ate your kids? Man,
Honestly, I was about to say, like, you're giving some like Hansel and Gretel witch vibes. Like, do you eat all your? Is that why you have so many children? So you just can eat them?
She makes them and eats them.
I've had a lot of kids in my time. I can't really remember what happened to all of them. I think one of them's a stripper in Vegas right now.
Sometimes they would just fall in the cooking pot when you're making dinner for the rest of them. And that just happens.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, I don't care about like their career paths as long as they're happy and not bothering me for money.
if I had the body for it, I'd do it. I don't blame him.
Oh, you kidding me? Of course. This is a life path I chose, and I think I completely regret it.
Oh, my friend, I came from Blimadil. I've been to the first world. You wouldn't believe the things I've done up there. If I could have been paid for all that the whole time, I'd be living in a nicer place than this. That's for sure.
Yeah, I grew up in a shack, and I thought I was gonna die in that shack. This place, though, is seashell and all hermit crabs do your work for you. Well,
Well, it's a little tit for tat. I got to keep them fed, which means sending other people off to fetch these slug eggs and then learning magic to pay them back. It's a big old circle of life, or in this case, I guess, a circle of commerce.
well, capitalism comes from for us all.
All right, well, I need to go finish gathering up a little bit more from the beach before the sun goes down, but you guys make yourselves at home, just not in my home. Nobody go in my home. You guys can set up camp wherever you like. Feel free to start a fire if you need, just not too close to the rickety old bridge. It's kind of rickety, and not too close to these ropes. I know they look wet, but they're not.
Where's the rickety bridge?
Over there, and she kind of like points over to the west across the way.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
Is it safe to sleep in the water?
Yeah, as long as you don't drown. Everything in there is friendly. I'll tell them all that you're friendly. She just starts screaming in dolphin, which I want you guys to know that I didn't queue up for it. I took the breath and canceled at the last second. I aborted.
Do it! Do it!
Do it! Howard, do it!
I cannot.
You haven't done Gritz's voice in a while? You have to do this.
Anyway, she will head down to the beach, and she will go work with her hermit crabs to start gathering more debris. If there's anything that you guys would like to do, let me know. Otherwise, you can kind of just settle in and get some rest overnight.
Runs along the beach and finds things to climb up and then jump off of, and then runs over the rickety bridge and runs back and forth with it a bunch of times, and eventually gets tired and goes to bed.
Excellent.
I want to go up to Coden and quickly, sorry, my memory might have been going. You weren't the bastard that killed my husband after all.
No.
I'm old enough to know that if an old woman don't want company, she's hiding something, right? You got your little friend right there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keeping him close.
I'd imagine that you could send him out and maybe do a little reconnaissance in there, and then and maybe have Grits accompany him. I mean, I was gonna send Grits in anyway, but this now we'd have like a statute of limitations and say that our little familiars did some stuff without us, right?
I suppose we could have... Maybe Stinky can take a look from the windows. Because technically those are free views. And Grits can go in.
Yeah, I think that'll work.
He pat Stinky because he protected him by a small measure, but there we go.
Okay, where's Grits? I need to put him down.
And if you have a moment, I am very curious about your farm. What do you call this? He pokes one of the mushrooms in your back.
Oh, it's my portal to terrarium. You like it? I can't help with it myself.
I don't know what those words mean, but it's fascinating.
It's a little. Well, what? You know, as you get older, your spine starts to curve more and more and more until you realize that the quality of your life is gonna decrease drastically. So I tried to look on the upside and had someone use that space to plant something beautiful. Now I've got an entire garden growing out of my back that you can pick off the mushrooms that you want to eat from at all times.
His
You know?
mouth is open a little bit, and he's like, I appreciate good sentiment. It's going to take me a moment to digest what you just said, but yes.
Oh,
Ah,
they're pretty good. They're pretty juicy mushrooms. You don't even need it.
right.
Come on, try one.
Speaking of twisting backs and getting older, he glances over at the chair bear over there. I hope that's not the case for me.
That's just an infernal thing. Don't you?
Right, right. All right, well, if you have, I guess we could take some time to identify the mushrooms you've got going, because this is a good resource, I think.
All right.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know what's growing back there. Could be poisonous, couldn't.
That's a problem.
I can talk to him if you want me to and see.
They're all screaming.
Just pain.
Can we have pep talk to the mushrooms?
You can, but before we do that, let me cut over real quick. Shred, what's up?
Mushrooms are
Before Sandy left, I was going to ask her if she could water breathing me. I could go not loot the ships, but get stuff out of the water for her that she won't want because it's all damaged and rusty.
Hun, if you're willing to help, then by God, I can do more than water breathe you. You comfortable having some temporary changes?
Uh-oh.
As long as they're temporary, yeah, sure.
They're temporary, I promise. Well, take yourself one of these. And you feel, it's a bizarre feeling. At first it almost feels like you're drowning, because it's just an uncomfortable sensation of having your lungs fill up with this, like, liquid water. But then you realize that you're able to kind of bubble through it, and it feels nice and clean and clear and sort of a natural. And as you come down into the water, she does it. I am sorry, the water is normally clearer, but like I said, this place has been a wreck. The Azans have been just littering the place with shipwrecks and powder. Honestly, it's going to be the end of this beach if they don't stop pretty soon. But I do what I can. And it's probably a little bizarre to you because looking over it, this is a fucking beautiful beach. It is very well maintained, but it's clear that she's not happy with the state of it.
She's also actively maintaining it, so.
Yeah. And then, well, here's the fun part. You might want to get in the water for this because it gets a little tricky trying to use these things out on the land.
All right.
And she waves a hand. Water begins to swirl up around your ankles and up to your shins and up to your knees. And you feel kind of a cold tingling sensation and a stretching. And you almost like stumble over as you watch as everything from the knees down is kind of replaced with dolphin-like flipper fins.
Oh, okay. That's what you meant.
You want some help, Shred?
Some help with that? Sure, if you want.
Yeah.
It might be a bit heavy for you to bring up, but I'll give
Well, yeah.
you the small stuff.
I can just help find stuff.
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right. Well, if you two want to go get all that rope up there, that's a little tricky for these guys. And frankly, it's kind of easy for us. So the rope would be good. Some of that driftwood over there might be better for you guys. I'm gonna go this way and try to get this sail done.
Yeah. Importantly, we get all our spells back at the end of tomorrow, right?
Yeah, this system is nightly regen. We're gonna try that out, see how it goes. Part of me still secretly loves Gritty, but I don't know if it's necessary for this system. We'll find out. I don't want to fuck with this system until I see how it works.
Yeah, I'll go. I guess I will help Shred, give him guidance if he ever needs it.
All right. I guess.
Yeah.
Give me an athletics check, and because of your aquatic adaptation, throw a +4 status bonus onto it.
Cool.
+1.
Well, so close. 17.
17 is still pretty good.
18 with
18.
guidance.
All right. You're able to help out tremendously. It's not like you're doing very suitable work.
Can I help by just like swimming around looking for stuff? I probably can't help with like lifting anything, but
Sure. Yeah, go and give me a DC 20 perception check. See if we can bump that up by 1 or maybe even more.
And if there happens to be any
can I give myself guidance?
rusty weapons or anything I could fix up.
Yeah, you can do a +1 status on perception check. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'm not.
You avoid the crit fail, and you're certainly able to help, but it doesn't improve either one of your checks. So both of you work with her to just kind of do some cleanup, do some chores. Shred, you don't find any weapons, and that doesn't surprise you a ton. A lot of the time, the weapons are made of metal, which means they sink out in the ocean rather than floating to shore. It's hard. Not a lot of flotsam is metal. It's usually wood or rope or canvas. But at the very least, you're able to go out there and help a bit. And Shred, there is a point when you are kind of a good distance from shore, finding a length of rope that has been tied to something heavy that you need to kind of undo until the tide carries it in. Where you breach your head above the water to kind of get your bearings a bit, and you look up to a large piece of flotsam, and you can see that there is a figure sitting with his back to you off of the piece of flotsam. You see, once again, from behind, the silhouette of Smolder, fishing off of literally a piece of broken ship in the middle of the ocean.
And that makes no sense. Shred's not going to say anything this time, and try to sneak up on him.
Okay.
Disappeared last time.
Love it. Give me a stealth check, and also your fins. We'll call this a +2 status bonus to your stealth check. Oh, that's very
29.
good. 29.
The difference between trained and untrained is crazy.
It is, yeah, it's a huge deal. The further improvements are less noticeable, but yeah, the difference between trained and untrained is enormous. You dive under and you begin to cautiously kind of breach. I assume that you want to approach like from the front. That's the idea, is you're trying to get a look from the front before something happens? Okay. You cautiously, by the last little bits of sunset, try to follow this shape and then emerge in front of it so you can try to get a look before it disappears. And you breach. Your head kind of pushes up out of the water. And you see, clear as day, as real as it possibly could be, Smolder, who kind of suddenly jerks his rod up as if he was startled, and he looks down at you. And he watches this golden smile kind of like cracks across his face, and he, oh, Lord, you scared me. What a catch, though, huh? Come here often?
No, first time. What are you doing here?
Well, I was just, and he disappears.
Oh,
Nothing behind this time? Nothing left behind?
You look to see if there's maybe a bottle or a message floating, and this time, I mean, you grab the piece of flotsam and pull it all the way back, just to be very, very sure. But it doesn't seem that this time there's been anything left behind.
Okay, that's fine. Shred will bring that back and then probably just float around thinking for a while.
For sure.
I wanted to do one more thing to help.
Yeah.
I now have Detect Magic, so I wanted to be casting Detect Magic.
Okay. I dig it.
I don't know how the heighten for cantrips work. Is it like half your level?
Yeah.
So this is only going to be this not even heightened to third yet, right?
Correct. This would be heightened to second, which is the same for focus spells. Everything just auto heightens to half your level. So this is a level 2 detect magic, which doesn't have any special effects yet. So let's see. Pulsing, you choose so absence or presence. I assume that you ignore everything you're already aware of. I assume that you ignore everything you've seen on Shanty Sandy.
Yeah, this is going to be while Shred and I are like looking around for stuff.
Okay.
See if I can find any magic items that are like in the ocean.
It may come as a surprise to you to see that there is no magic on all these hermit crabs. Let's see.
They're just friends. They're just pals.
It's pals. Let's do one of these. An hour or two goes by, however long you guys are willing to help, and nothing magical rings up that is unexpected. Nothing you haven't already filtered for.
Cool.
Oh, boy. Yes, that's true. That is true. Everything I said is true. Eventually, the sun sets. It gets dark. And Sandy says, all right, well, you fellas keep going if you want, but it does get a little more dangerous at night. The animals here are very well behaved, but there's only so much I can do about the sea. Jid does what he wants, and sometimes that smash you upon the rocks and break all your bones and prevent you from swimming back to the shore to get health. So, maybe don't mess with the undertow while it's too dark for anybody to do anything.
It's a decent idea. Is this little area over here fine, you think?
Anywhere's fine, just not in the house.
Okay. And this lasts until the morning, right? So I could sleep underwater theoretically if I wanted to?
Theoretically. I don't know if I'd recommend it, but yeah, theoretically.
Okay.
You know what you could do is you could make like seaweed into like a little pillow, and you can just like lay half in the water, half out. Sometimes it's nice.
That'd be pretty cute. I like that. Might do that. When am I gonna get that opportunity without getting wrinkly feet otherwise?
Yeah. And I'll stay out and I'll watch you if something bad happens. I can come get you, or scream for help.
You don't have to watch me. I'll probably just scream, but thanks for the offer anyway.
Shrooms underwater are usually not heard.
I didn't quite catch that. What?
Screams underwater sometimes aren't heard outside of the water.
Well, my head will be above water, so it'll be fine.
He still like makes his bed near you. Maybe not for you, but maybe for himself.
That's fair.
Alright, does anybody else have anything that they do overnight? Or you kind of just settle in?
This isn't like a big thing at all, but at some point during the day, Pip spends his afternoon just like running around, finding things to climb on and jump off and run across and just sort of playing. And at some point he'll come to Grits. Is it Gritsy or Grits? I can never remember.
Just grits.
Grits and Stinky. And also he'll go pick up fucking Jay. Is it Jay?
Jay.
Great. Yeah.
Guys, I found a bridge over there that's really rickety. When you run across it, it bounces up and down. It's really fun. Do you want to come play with me?
Grits is independent, so this is the DM's decision.
Fuck yeah, of course he will. Yeah, Grits will come play for sure. I'll let Crackers decide for Jay when he gets back. For now, right. Jay is going to stay with Crackers.
Mr. Coden, can Stinky come play with us?
He's like trying to gather the situation. Stinky's already excited. He's like tugging on his arm.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
He's doing like the cat wriggling to get free thing.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Just make sure Grits comes back in one piece.
Okay.
Your mom kind of stays nearby to watch, and a couple times she's like, I think that board is not stable. Yeah, why don't we play on that board instead? But you eventually find that some of the boards squeak at really particular intervals that almost sound a little bit like Infernal. Just a little bit.
Oh. What the?
I should clarify, because Infernal is like a polyphonic music language, not because the boards are actually talking words or anything like that. Yeah. I realized quickly that could turn into a misinterpretation that lasts for 4 hours. But yeah, you find some.
We spend the entire night investigating these boards, trying to figure out what they're saying.
Demonic rage, like, why are you here?
Yeah. But yeah, you are able to take everybody over to the bridge and play, and your mom watches from a safe distance, making sure that you guys don't break the bridge or fall into the water.
Yeah.
And at
Are
one
you guys
point,
playing in the dark?
I assume this is before the sun went down. But once it gets dark, I assume Mom will call us. We'll call Pip to go to bed.
Yeah, probably. All right, let's get some rest. I know it's weird to sleep during the dark, but I think we need to walk a long way in the morning again. By the way, it was a little foolish what you did back there, but it was also very brave.
Are you talking about with the metal dogs?
Oh, yeah, the metal dogs in the tree. It was very clever. I'm very proud of you.
Thanks, Mom. I thought I would trick them, but they didn't listen to my magic or listen to my tricks or anything.
That has always been the problem with these people, is they don't know how to listen. Hopefully we can make them listen soon.
Do you think we should do this husband bear thing with all the eggs and stuff? Is that what we should do?
As silly as it sounds, becoming friends with the elemental spirits seems like it could be a good idea for certain. I don't think that harming the bear is necessary, but it does also sound like it has caused a lot of problems. So, perhaps. Certainly I don't think that I would be able to spend much time under the water if we don't go with this plan, and I don't have many better ones yet, so yes, I think we should help.
Okay. Hey, Mom.
Yeah.
What's gonna be on the other side of the sea?
From what I remember, it is a dry place. There are more people over there, but they are friendlier, for the most part. They care very much about things. They like to take magic and put it into metal, into leather, into cloth. They like dinosaurs. There are dinosaurs over there. Have I told you about dinosaurs yet?
Oh, what's a dinosaur?
A dinosaur is like a tree, but it's made of meat, like most things are. And they don't like hugs. They have a lot of teeth. I'm not very good at explaining what a dinosaur is. It's kind of like a monster, but it's not quite. They have scales, sort of like Bobble, but they usually walk on 4 legs, but sometimes 2, and they usually have tails. This is not helping at all.
Do they have birthdays?
Dinosaurs do have birthdays. Dinosaurs come from eggs.
Have you ever seen a dinosaur?
I have seen many dinosaurs. There are some dinosaurs as little as you, and some dinosaurs as big as this shack.
Have you ever been across the sea over there?
I have. Do you remember the day that we talked to the skeleton boy?
Mm-hmm.
That was all the way over there, even farther.
Wow.
You've been to more places than you realize, little one.
I didn't know that. Okay, Mom. But you know what's inside the box that we're taking across the sea?
The Heart of Ra, I believe. I don't know all of the details. Your friends might be able to open it. It wouldn't hurt. In fact, maybe it might help. But it is also not important. It can wait for another day. We just need to protect it. It's very precious. It is... One day it will be alive like you.
Okay. I won't let anybody other than our friends get into that box, Mom, I promise.
I believe you. You're very brave.
Good night, Mom.
Good night.
Gives her a little kiss on her flaming, oily devil face.
Yeah, she kind of extinguishes the flames long enough so that you can get to just the disgusting bug mouth parts.
Oh,
She'll just lay down in the garden and plant some roots.
Oh yeah, but fucking Bobble doesn't have scales. She's a frog.
Yeah.
Trade's yelling at me in chat.
Don't forget to put your hands down when you're done.
Oh yeah, so we have a hand for Shred, which is that real or is that old?
That was done.
And then we have a hand for Zeke.
Oh, that was
Zeke's hand's
ago.
been up for like an hour.
Alright.
Yeah, it was way forever ago.
Excellent. The night passes. You guys can recover your spell slot. Get your health back. Why did I raise my hand?
Yeah, Zeke, your hand's still up.
wild.
Zeke, your hand's still up. Put your hand down.
I don't know how to take it down.
Push the
Push
hand
the
down.
hand again.
Really?
Trust us, we would never lie to you.
I pushed it didn't go away. You literally lied to me.
Did you try pushing it again?
I'm clicking it over and over.
Have you
It's not
tried
going away.
refreshing your foundry? Because
It might be bugged.
your foundry.
It's not
Yeah.
it's not a huge...
I'm actually telling you the truth. Trust me.
Yeah, he is actually telling you the truth, but...
Because they're fully lying to me. Oh, you have to right-click it?
No, shouldn't have to.
No,
Just left click
right
does
and
it.
left.
It's probably a bug. It is a module, it's not official.
I'll refresh mine.
Get out of here. We don't want you anymore.
There, now it's down.
Okay, there you go. Now raise your hand again and put it back down.
That's just because I refreshed. That's all refreshing. We're downloading.
I don't know if we're gonna do this, but there was that. We're gonna have our
Oh,
familiars
yeah.
try and peek inside the shack while she wasn't around.
Of course. Okay, excellent. Let's do this. You were also looking at the mushrooms on the back.
Yeah, having Pip talk to them.
Boy, Pip can talk to the mushrooms, and
Can he?
I'll leave this to you. My thing does specify only things that are like of a specific
Oh, right.
type of plant. Like
It
I
also
am.
does
Okay.
specifically say like mushrooms to mushroom. Also mushrooms.
Right, say I am like specifically
Yeah.
not a fungi.
that's true. And we did
fleshy,
already
so.
we already ruled with Stinky that you cannot. So you were not able to speak to the mushroom, which I gotta tell you, huge relief, big relief.
This is just a test hand raise. Ignore that.
Because I have roleplayed a lot of things in my life. I don't know how to roleplay Bobble's back mushrooms.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I hope
can't-
it's just literally her.
I can't clear my hand raise.
like
It's
when
just
she
a thing.
fought.
It's wild.
What?
It might be a browser thing.
Huh.
Oh, you know I am in Firefox.
It is not important right now. Let's get stealth checks for any of the familiars that are trying to peek through. Are you actually going into the shack, or are you just looking through windows?
Grits is adventurous. He's skilled. It would be cool if he went in.
Hell
But he
yeah.
doesn't have to. It's his decision.
Hold on, I need to roll for peer pressure because if my friends are going in there,
You might not know they're going in there.
Peer
It was
pressure
just,
stat.
just talked about.
that's true. That's a good peer pressure save. I'll just stay outside.
I will completely say that Bobble is not influencing Grits' decision at all. just suggesting it.
Perfect.
Grits is just doing his thing.
Yeah. Okay. Stealth check?
Yeah, let me get a stealth check.
Cool.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we need one from Stinky? He's staying outside looking in any way he can.
Yes. Give me a stealth check. His DC will be easier if he's staying outside.
Yeah.
And then both of them can give me a perception check.
Oh boy.
I need to stop
I don't know.
closing Grits' fucking character sheet.
Is his perception check my perception check?
I believe it's the same, yeah. I'll look it up between, but I'm pretty sure you guys share it.
Yeah.
Ooh, these are good. These are good. Alright, let's see. As you guys as the two of them work together as the little reconnaissance team, most of what you find is very standard. It's very mundane. You find kind of just a cozy little cottage. There's an entryway and a mudroom. You can see that the entire place is kind of done up with refurbished scrap from the ocean. It's mostly driftwood and wreckage and rope and things that have been repurposed, some of which has been whittled down very lovingly. It appears that a lot of this was made by hand. You find a nice little kitchen that's pretty well stocked. You find a living area. You can see that there is a harp that sits in the corner by the fireplace. You find a closed door going into the bedroom at the back. You can see that there's a little washroom. And you get a pretty thorough look at the place without anything really going wrong. Yeah, that's really all you find. There's nothing that stands out as unusual. It just kind of appears to be an old lady's little cottage built into an enormous seashell.
Huh. So, all right, and Grits doesn't knock anything over, or like think anything looks cool enough to want to like try and like poke or something.
I'll decide his actions, but you tell me about Grits' personality. Is Grits the sort of creature that is like, no, there has to be something wrong. Like, I'm willing to cause trouble to find out what she's hiding in here.
Yes. How do I say this? Yes, but more of like a fucking like idiot savant kind of way, where he'll be willing to like poke and prod at something, even if like Yeah, basically what you just said. Never
Okay,
mind.
excellent.
Yeah.
In that case, there are 2 doors that have remained closed. One goes into the bedroom for sure, and he's smart enough to be like, oh, I hear her snoring in there, I shouldn't go in there. The second one is just locked, and it is kind of at the back of the cabin. From where does he have the thing that lets him literally do like thievery checks and stuff like that?
Nah, he doesn't.
Okay. Then there is no window into that room, unfortunately, and the door is locked. And he's able to come back out and kind of reunite with Stinky. And if they want to come up with a plan, then so be it.
They can. I don't know, Coden. Does Stinky want to live a life of crime?
Stinky doesn't understand crime, but he's confused by this game. But he's watching you do it. I don't know. He's kind of the outpost, the lookout, I guess.
All right. Fuck. I'm assuming Grits. Then we can leave it at like Grits like comes back and tugs on Bobble and like makes Tasmanian devil noises at her, but she doesn't pay him a second mind because she's like tired from all the fucking dog chasing and all that.
That seems fair.
But yeah, okay.
Alright, the night passes somewhat unsatisfyingly for Grits as he doesn't find out what she could possibly be hiding in this quiet little cottage. But he knows there's got to be something. And it'll have to drive him crazy until morning because day breaks, everybody gets rested up. You wake to the smell of blueberries as she makes muffins for everybody. It says, alright, well, I guess this is the part where I tell you all to scram and get to it.
Before
Okay.
that, I guess I think my boy here snuck into your house at night last night. I'll apologize if you find any sinew or anything in there. I'd punish him, but that'd be punishing me more than anything else. I can't exactly control his actions. I could just suggest them. But yeah.
Give me both a diplomacy check and a perception check.
Okay.
Can I chime in and be like,
My friend said one of your rooms is locked. What's in it?
Can you understand Grits? He has
I
a
actually
speech,
don't know.
but he makes stupid noises. It's like a. But yeah.
Yeah, perception and a diplomacy.
Diplomacy.
And Pip, give me diplomacy with your bonus.
I'm just gonna give help to
Okay, that makes
Bobble
sense.
here.
Oh wow. Where's perception?
Excellent, excellent.
Oh yeah, it's right there.
Awesome. So, there is a special talent that people develop as they get older where they stop giving a fuck what other people think about them. It is an incredibly valuable life lesson, which he seems to have learned for the most part, but you do see that there is just a moment of flusterment when Grits mentions the locked door, as if that kind of, or when you mention that he found it, as it kind of like, it's like, oh, Grits really was near, somebody really was snooping through my house. And you can see that she gets a little bit grumpy, but she's more trying to play it cool than she is willing to start a problem about it. She's like, oh, it's fine, don't worry, as long as he didn't get in there, everything is okay. It's just, there's some stuff in there that, don't you guys gonna go do this job or not?
Yeah, I also keep all my sex toys in a lockbox away from my.
I was on the same way with Bob. It's probably just a sex dungeon, guys. It's
Listen,
probably fine.
I don't know how it works for you folks, but I'm way too old for that.
Oh, I don't use them anymore. They're just more like cool statuettes to put in a decoration and all
Memorabilia,
that.
souvenirs.
Memorabilia, souvenir.
You do it for like the artistic merit.
Yeah.
All right.
One
Wow.
of those people who just displays them at a cabinet in the living room for some reason.
Christ.
Oh,
Except she's not. She's hiding it in a locked room. Just leave it alone.
one of those mushrooms look real weird on her back.
Oh, Lord.
Alan's looking at me funny.
Okay. Fucking.
So where are we going?
Yeah.
We gotta go get some eggs from the husband.
Well, no,
bear.
we have to go to the spirit first, and then get the eggs.
No. I mean, you can do it that order if you want, but it's going to be easy if you do it like this. And she pulls your map pack out. And in Party Loot, there is an updated map.
Yeah,
Which has
I guess my question was like, she made it sound like the whale was going to take us to the bear, but we need the shards to be in the whale.
No.
No, the whale is going to take us across the ocean, but first we have to get it some eggs, and also we have to get some shards so that we don't suffocate while we ride on the whale across the ocean.
Gotcha. So we're gonna ride in the whale there to the shard bear situation.
No. We walk to the bear. Step 1, go kill the bear and get some eggs. Step 2, go to some elementals and get shards. Step 3, tell this old
Okay.
lady that we've done all that, and then the whale will take us
I
across the
apologize.
ocean.
I thought there were 2 whale rides, and I was confused about that.
Just one whale ride.
Got it. All right.
All right. Delightful. Do you guys have any last minute stuff before you set out?
Set her house on fire? No.
Just burn the house down, yeah.
All right.
Pip plays a little bit more on the rickety bridge. Sad to leave it behind. That's it.
Perfect.
It looks not bad.
Sweetie, we will find many more rickety bridges, I promise. We can even, someday when this is all over, we'll make a rickety bridge just for you.
Okay. I'm going to hold you to that and hope it's not one of those narrative devices where somebody promises somebody something later, and that means that one of them is going to die for sure.
Pip has in-depth knowledge of literature.
Well, books are made from plants.
That's pure meta.
All right.
My mom can pay me to do it now, and then if she does die, I still have to do it later because she already paid for it.
That's true.
How are we looking? Do we have like 15, 20 minutes, or does anybody need to bounce on time?
I'm good for a few more
I'm good.
minutes.
All right,
Okay.
cool. We'll go a little while and see if we can get to a good stopping point. As you guys travel, most of the trip is uneventful. You are able to follow the path pretty cleanly, but you do find that as you go farther and farther west, you start to run into some of the things that Coden saw during his travels. There are areas of just rampant deforestation. There are places that have been converted into very sloppy mines. There are little hamlets and settlements that have just been kind of quickly plundered. Some of them still have people trying to rebuild what they can, and most of them have just been evacuated, or worse, just slaughtered outright. However, after maybe 4 or 5 hours of travel, you're starting to approach the area that is marked as the cave where the slug eggs are, where you know that the widower bear has made his home. What is everybody's plan as you approach? What are you guys doing as you approach this cave?
Fuck. What's the prepare for revenge
God.
action?
For revenge. Do we? So based on the way you've described it, we like kind of know that we are approaching the bear, the
Absolutely.
cave that this bear lives in. We see big bear tracks and shit.
Right. The map kind of mentions that you go down into this gulf, follow this river, and then there's like a little cliffside, and you can tell that you are like approaching the cave very quickly. All of the landmarks that have been pointed out are up ahead. And actually, you can even hear in the distance the sound of heavy. You're not close enough to hear heavy breathing, but every now and then you hear the sound of bears scratching on trees in the distance, and the occasional kind of bear growl.
Is there water nearby, like a stream or something?
You are currently following a stream, and then there's a stretch where you have to go across maybe 200 or 300 feet where there is no water, but then there is a little pond right in front of the cave, yeah.
Okay, every moment I can, I'll be in water.
Okay, you'll probably start out of it, but as you approach the cave, there is definitely a body of water that you can get into.
I'm gonna try the Repeatus. So it's Repeatus spell is mostly for like. Is it for a spell that needs to maintain something, or like?
It can be used in two ways mostly. It's either for a cantrip that you can just spam over and over, or for something that needs to be sustained. Yeah, so if you have like a buff that has a sustained activation or something like that, you could do that.
Okay. The special thing kind of has that, but it's not completely. It needs to do something first before it becomes that. So I don't know. I'm using my knowledge of having experience this thing before I'm gonna try and like track it and like see where exactly it is and whether or not it's gonna like.
That makes a lot of sense. That's great.
Yeah.
All right. How about Coden?
Oh boy. Guess he's going to. Man, what's good for nature? What's good for stealth? Stealth. Ooh.
Yeah, because of your fancy new feat, stealthing in the
Yeah.
woods is real good for you and a buddy.
Heck yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna stealth. If anybody can come with me, they'll get bonus to their stealth as well. Which
Depends on
would
if your stealth
be
is going
what?
near water.
Avoiding notice. Well, I don't feel like becoming soup. I guess
Soup.
more like a salad, running through the hedges.
That's fine.
All right, then I'm gonna do the avoid notice, I guess.
Excellent. Yeah. When in doubt, stealth is a good way to do it.
Yeah.
And then Pippin Mom.
Mom is going to stealth as well, kind of sneaking along with Coden.
Wonderful.
Just an awful thing. And then I think Pip is. Pip's going to keep watch out for any kinds of traps or secrets. He's kind of looking for the eggs, but also just for anything else shiny or interesting.
Okay, excellent. Delightful.
Tread's just gonna go in with the shield up.
Perfect. That seems wise. And cool. Okay, let's see. Avoid notice. Let me get. Let's see. So, Coden, your thing basically lets you almost automatically do this. Let me get a stealth check for you to see if you can get basically as close as you want. Gargle, let me get a stealth check from you. You have not gotten to water yet. There's some in front of the cave, but you're not at the mouth of the cave yet. And then a stealth check from Mom.
Don't fuck me. Okay.
Okay, 15's pretty good. 5 is not great.
That's rough.
But does he? Oh wait, do they both get
She gets
Bennett?
Oh,
Like,
great! Yeah,
bonus
he's your
something,
buddy,
right?
isn't it? Yeah. Hands.
Yeah.
Let me read how this works. I forgot you made him your buddy.
Also, are either of them experts in stealth?
Me.
Then
So
yeah,
we get a bonus to it.
you do. You get a bonus from following the expert. In addition
How
to
do
the
I
bonus.
how do I add that to that?
Let me read how that works. We got 2 things.
Can I add a third one by saying I'm good at supporting people?
That's
Pack
true.
tactics.
Yeah, if you're.
I could probably also give everyone guidance before we went up.
Oh, 4 things.
It's 10 minutes and it's not concentration.
The expert net skill. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba. Let's see. Is Pip's mom trained in stealth? No, certainly not.
No.
So we add 5 to that to start, so that bumps it up to a 10, and then also add +2 to it, so it is now a 12. Cool. So we have a 15 and a 12, and then let's read how your feat works.
I rolled a 27 without any bonuses to it just yet.
Jesus.
Lord.
So you're at what?
Get me
38?
in that water.
While undetected by a doppelganger, you can sneak without attempting a stealth. Okay. Fuck yeah. So you don't. Okay. So I've asked you for checks that you don't need to do. Cool.
Can I keep mine?
Yes, you can. You do need to do it because you're not the buddy. This is even better than that. So Terrain Stalker, you don't even have to make checks until you get within 15 feet of the thing you're hiding from. What a wild feat. That's really good.
That's so good.
Yeah. You just have to be in underbrush to do it. Cool. Alright, so there's the stealth boys. The track boys. Bobble, give me a survival check.
Yay.
So what's my after the help from Kaiden for being an expert, or Coden?
That would be another +2 for 29.
Cool.
16. Let's see, what is our DC here? Okay, excellent. And... excellent. Bobble, littered all around you are not only bones of things that have been clearly eaten by large animals. You can tell from the bite marks and the slash marks and the way that they've been chewed, but also footprints, footprints of bears. With a 16, you are able to tell that there is definitely at least a couple of bears here. With a 16, you're not quite able to make out how many. But it is clear to you that it is not just the widower bear here. There is probably at least a small group of bears here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I relay this to everyone until, yeah.
Excellent. Shred has the shield at the ready, and Pip is searching for traps and secrets. Let me get a perception check. Uh, 27 is very good. As you approach, nothing stands out to you, but I will keep your 27 in mind, and actually let me make a note so I don't forget.
Cool.
So that if anything pops up between here and there, you might spot it.
They're mostly just looking if there's anything shiny and cool to pick up to give somebody for a birthday present.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Okay. Actually, I will say, yeah, there's dead people, and those dead people had things. You certainly find... They're gross, they look like they've been digested, but you find coins. You find, boy, how much would there be? This is... Okay. Let's see. Yeah, let's do it. Give me 2d10. You find, over the course of this little journey, and as you start to approach this dangerous area, you first notice that the wildlife doesn't come close. There are no birds, there are no rabbits, everything seems to avoid this place, but there's lots of shiny things on the ground, and you find about 14 gold worth of just scattered coins. You find a couple of, like, nice bracelets that are a little bit torn up, but they're still made of precious metal. They could be potentially resold or cleaned up. Yeah, about 14 gold worth of stuff, of trinkets, of things.
Okay, cool. That's the stuff he cares most about, is just like the weird little trinkets and stuff. The coins he'll pick up because Mom has told him coins matter, but he mostly likes the little treasures.
Absolutely. Okay. Because of your 3 phenomenal stealth checks, Coden, Mom, and Gargle, you guys can put yourself basically anywhere in the mouth of this cave that you want up here. And I'm going to reveal a thing that is very obvious but doesn't see you because of your cool ability. You see that with its back turned to you is an enormous bear that is scratching on this tree trunk.
Gotcha. So where are we allowed to get to?
Basically anywhere kind of in this region.
Is that water?
That is water. It's a little pond, but it is deep enough for you to get into and hide in it.
Probably gonna...
Mom's gonna sneak basically like as close as she can. Could she get closer than that, or
Yeah,
is that as close as she
the feat allows you and Coden to get, if you can get to 20 feet safely. If you step within 15 feet, you're going to have to make a check.
Jesus, that's so close.
Yeah, it's very,
very
good.
I have cover underwater from... I have like... I don't know if it's like I'm concealed, but I know that I have cover.
Yeah, can you post the thing for me?
I don't know how... There we go.
Submerged. You have cover from attacks made, but okay, cool. Cover is an AC bonus. It's just like 5e. In fact, I think it's even the same amount.
I guess I read the obscures your presence, and I guess I thought that meant... I guess I misread it when I first got it, but okay.
Gotcha.
So how close can I get without being... Can I still be underwater there, or is that too close?
Yes, let me double check real quick. Yeah, so the nice thing about cover is you can always hide behind cover. It doesn't matter how close you are. Give me a nature check. Give me a nature check with a +2 circumstance bonus. For reasons that I'll explain in a second. Bears have very good smelling. You probably don't want to get super close. However, water also blocks the smell. You imagine that you can probably get almost up to this thing, theoretically.
Alright, I'll probably get like...
You just know that if you come
This
out of the
close.
water, it's going to smell you.
I don't need to come out of the water. I can water breathe. So
Perfect.
I want to be under here.
Without being stealth, how close can Pip get?
Yeah, so for the rest of you, boy, I don't know if there's hard rules for this. I'll look this up between sessions. For now, Gut says if you get to like this front dead tree right here, is when you're gonna. You can get to like this corner without a check at all. If you get up to here, you're gonna have to make a check. If you go beyond that tree, it's gonna be a nearly impossible check.
How about like this tree right here? Is that somewhere I could be without?
You'll need a check, but it'll be easy with all the cover from that tree if you're right there.
Oh, I don't even want to make a check. I don't want to risk it, so I'm gonna stay back here. I think.
All right.
Same.
Jumping rules in Pathfinder are dumb, right?
They're pretty dumb, yeah. So, jumping is a totally separate action, unless you're like mixing a run and a jump. If you you can always blend move actions together. So if you want to do like a move, a jump, and a move, you can say I'm doing a move, jump, move, and you can kind of mix and match all of those move actions together.
Okay.
I can get within 15 feet.
Where you're at?
How close is that?
Where you're at is safe. If you take one step closer, you're gonna have to make a check.
Okay. So I can go all the way behind him.
Yeah, theoretically. Yeah, for sure.
Sounds like you'd... 15.
And is there like a proximity that Mom needs to stay with Coden?
Oh, probably. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. I'm looking to go over there.
Terrain's
I'm fine with either side. I was kind of trying to be opposite side of you, but I don't know if I can do that based on how your thing works.
Right. I don't think we can. I wanted a nice path to run back just in case, so I'm not blocked by any water.
Right.
If it's difficult terrain or something.
They have to be
Close
within
enough.
10 feet of you. I was also off by 5. You can theoretically get 5 feet closer. You can be 15 feet away and be safe. You just can't be within 10 feet.
Oh.
Yeah.
So Mom's good right there?
Mom is good. Mom could step one closer if Mom wanted.
Still one closer?
Still one closer. I was off. It's even better than I thought. Yep.
Wow.
Terrific.
And that is not, that's not Terrain Stalker. That is the Null feature, the Pack Hunter, I think it's called. Okay. Excellent. Let me get a stealth check from Shred. This one is not as hard as Gargles was.
Okay.
And then a stealth check from Sidro, which is even easier because you have a little more cover.
Okay.
And then no check required at all from Pip.
I'm going to chase the rabbit because I have to know.
Yeah, chase that rabbit. Ooh, 15. I think the distance might have just saved you. Let's see.
Oh, man.
Oh, Bobble. Oh wait, hang on. Oh, you get the okay, cool. You get the bonus from cover to your stealth check. You're good.
Okay.
You're incredibly lucky.
I was about to make this vendetta public.
Yeah.
What is the bonus you get from cover?
Cover is a +2 or a +4 if you take a second to gain greater cover first before you hide. And in a non-combat scenario like this, I assume everyone does it. Cool. As long as they have cover, which you do. Coden and Mom don't, but you know everybody else here has cover. Delightful. Delightful.
Does everyone get a bonus for following the leader? Because we have one person here who's really good at stealth.
True. Yeah, good point. I for sure am fucking things up. I think that technically you at least need to have cover to get this close to the enemy, but we're going to roll with it for now. I'll look it up between sessions. Anyway, learning. For now, Bobble, as you get into position, your foot steps on a twig and there's a little bit of a... and everybody like holds their breath and watches this enormous bear kind of like sniff and look over his right shoulder to look at the sound. Coden and Mom are just like frozen behind this bear, and then it just like goes back to scratching when it doesn't see anything. What is the plan. We're not quite an initiative unless you guys are ready to pounce on this thing. What's your plan?
Suppressing fire. No.
I think we're pouncing.
Okay.
I think we're pouncing.
PF2 pouncing. There is not a surprised condition in PF2, but it works effectively the same way. If something is surprised in combat, they are supposed to act like they would if they were surprised, which usually means just like doing perception checks or trying to figure out what is going on. However, if you guys immediately beat this thing on initiative and then make yourselves known to it, it's going to turn around and smack you. However, there is one other upside to a surprise round. If each of you has one action you would like to do at the start of combat, you're allowed to do that. So if you want to do a move real quick or throw up a quick buff spell or something like that, it just can't be an attack. You basically get to do a pre-buff real quick.
Right. Oh, and I also would have cast the Long Strider on myself before
Yeah. Kind of
entering all of this.
That makes a lot of sense. Perfect.
Yeah.
Let's get in
So
the
let me grab that
weeds
one.
here. With that, do I get like act together on that action? Can me and Mom each take
Sure,
an action?
why not? I'll have to look up the exact rules between sessions, but my understanding is
Okay.
you basically just sort of like, you kind of give one free, like a pre-buff. I don't know if
Okay.
it's a full round. It might even be a full. I'll look it up between sessions. For now, just do an action, but you can act together. I'm into it.
So Mom's free action is going to be to get herself up in melee, so she'll use an action to move.
Delightful. Makes a lot of sense.
And then Pip's free action is going to be to cast some shit. Hold on. I'm going to need some guidance from you on this. I'm going to cast Boost Eidolon. And then I'm also going to cast this free shit Extend Boost, which means I can increase the duration by making a religion check, I think, because I'm a divine caster.
You focus between you and cool. And then, if your next action is to cast Boost Eidolon or Reinforce Eidolon, and this is a free cast time, cool. It's basically meta magic. You attempt it. So yeah, give me a religion check. And let's see what the standard DC is for your level. I don't think that beats it, but let's find out. DC by level. Standard for level 5 is 20. So that is a fail. What happens on a fail? The spell lasts for 1 round, but you don't waste a focus point. Okay, cool.
Okay, cool.
Bobble's gonna use her reaction to cast Life Boost on Shred because he's the closest.
Excellent. Sounds good.
Cool.
I'll just... Yeah.
Awesome. You begin to feel nothing bad has happened to you yet, but you just feel a buzzing under your skin, like your muscles are empowered. It actually kind of feels similar to when you use healing magic on yourself.
Okay, cool.
Cool. I will look between sessions to see if you guys are supposed to get more for getting the jump on these things. It might be a full round of actions and not just one action. Oh yeah, good. Yeah, you haven't done yours yet.
So, how deep is this water?
It is deep enough for Gargle to hide in. It's probably like the size of a fishing creek, maybe 5 or 6 feet deep. At the deepest points, at the edges, it's shallower than that.
Okay. Since I'm 8 feet tall, can I theoretically just go through it, or do I need to like jump to this? And
No,
then
you
jump
can
again?
you can run through it as difficult terrain.
Okay. Oh, so a difficult terrain. God, I won't get that far then. Let's see. I only get 1 movement action, right?
Yeah, just the one. I'll look between sessions. I'll try to tell you like right after we quit whether that's true or not.
Okay, I'll probably get like I think I can get to here.
Cool, sounds good. Then with everybody, was that everyone? I think that was everyone. Cool. With your 1 prep action done for your surprise, things begin to burst into motion. This thing turns as Mom gets right up in its face and begins to raise a big bear claw to swipe at it. But then you also begin to hear growling and roaring from elsewhere. There is another bear that kind of rounds the corner up here.
It's the wife killer and the baby killer. It's a
Another
whole
one
family of bears.
Where's Goldilocks?
rounds the corner down here in the cave mouth. And it kind of dawns quickly that, like, oh, these are the regular bears. And you hear a stomping from the entrance of the cave mouth as the husband bear rounds the corner.
Oh,
What the fuck is that?
And we will pick up there next week.
Truly horrifying.
Hey,
I'm so glad.
guys, I think I know
made
what's wrong. He's just upset that he's had a splinter.
No, he just
What?
wants
No, you're right.
He just
I think
wants
he
a
just. I
husband.
think he just needs a hug. He's not a dinosaur, which means
Poor
that he
bear.
loves
Splinter.
hugs.
Why are there so many bears?
Are these
What's going on?
Hold on.